to step away just for a second. Okay, mute.
Morning, Mr. Stiller.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi, Tom. Morning.
Or not.
Or not. Long agenda, looks like.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Morning.
Good morning.
What we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. Start. Good morning. Good morning, Lance. You're a court reporter today, I see.
Yes, good morning. How are you?
Great. I need about another minute. We'll start it up here. Thank you.
Absolutely. Just let me know when everyone's ready.
Let's see. Um, All right. We all ready? We got everybody?
I believe so.
All right. Okay, so here we go. So good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Ebbets. I'm Vice Chairman of the Board of Zoning Adjustment. I'm calling today's meeting, August 9th, 2022 to order. I'd like to swear in our staff first. So if all the city staff would turn on their cameras and raise their right hands while I administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? If so, please identify yourself and say I do. Jared, can I start with you?
Absolutely. Jared Clements, I do.
Mr. Duddy?
Duddy, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Barnes?
Matthew Barnes, I do.
Larissa?
Larissa Chambi, I do.
Thank you. Najma?
Najma Mohammed, I do.
Thank you. And Justin no, that's it. No, he's Justin. I'm sorry, I can't see the names here. Thank
Justin
you.
Smith, I do.
Did I cover everybody? Did I get everybody? I think so.
So, yep, that was it.
All right. So we have some cases that we're going to continue today. And then I'll talk about our 4-member staff that we have today to the audience. So, but first, let's go with the continuances and dismissals. So first on that is case number 7, or docket number 1 with case number 7 with an address of 9500 East 47th Street. Does anyone want to talk about this in the audience? If not,
I don't believe we're expecting any members of the public to speak on this one or the applicant. We're awaiting a special use permit for this case to go forward. So
thank you.
Continued without fee.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the board, do I have a motion to move this to September 13th without a fee?
So moved.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Second, anybody?
Second.
Thank you, Tom. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. This docket this item, number 7, is moved to September 13th. The next item that I'm looking at here is docket number 3 with an address of docket 3, case number 11 with an address of 120 East 79th Street. Jared, you want to comment on this one?
Sure, it's the same situation as the last one. Essentially, it's a special use permit, but it has not gone to the CPC yet.
Thank you. Members, do I have a motion to move this to September 13th without a fee?
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Dorrance. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same sign. Chair votes with that motion, and this moved to September 13th. The next one that I'm seeing is docket number 7, case number 33 with an address of 3026 Van Brent Boulevard. And who's on this case?
It's Andrew Clark's case. I do not believe he's testifying today. This is a similar special use permit that needs to be continued to
All right,
October
and I see
11th.
this is to October 11, Jared. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank
They
you.
need time to do their public engagement to get to CPC.
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, move this to October 11th.
So moved.
Thank you. Second? Thank you, Tom. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same sign. The chair votes with that motion, and this is moved to October 11th, 2022 with no fee. The next one on our case is docket number 8, case number 30 with an address of 6801 Holmes Road. There's a quorum of, we're going to move this anyway, but there's a quorum of Mixdorf, Stiller, and myself. I believe the other members were sent the notes on this to come up to speed on it. This is suggested to be continued to September 13th with a fee. And Najma, you want to talk about that?
Yes, sir. You all have heard this case. It's the signs from University Academy. We continued multiple times with not much communication from the applicant. The applicant did communicate and finally submitted new plans, but they weren't legible. So I am waiting on better plans so that I can do a full review and write a new staff report and present new information, because that was not provided in enough time with the lack of communication. And staff have already done the back end work with the signs. We are requesting a fee for this continuance.
Okay. Board members, do I have that motion to move forward with fee?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf.
And
Second.
absolutely second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorence. So all those in favor, please say aye.
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 And opposed, chair votes with that motion. This case is continued to September 13th, 2022 with a fee. And the next one is, this is actually a dismissal. Docket number 12, case number 135 with an address of 4516 Holly Street. Who's this, Najma? Yes. Hi.
This was a weird one. Someone applied from this condo association and they kind of disappeared and we hadn't heard anything at all. And then about a week ago, Anna got a call from someone like, "What's this?" from the condo association. And they're like, "Maybe we don't need this anymore." And they will come back to us if they decide they need a variance for their maybe falling apart retaining wall. Hopefully everything's okay.
Thank you.
We have a few attendees raising their hand.
Goodness.
Are those
They've been
associated
raising
with
their
your
hand the
case?
whole time. No, Brian is for a different case and I'm not sure.
Randall Crawford is for an appeal towards the end of the docket.
Okay.
So we good?
Well, he's leaving his hand raised. I guess we can promote him quickly and see if he wants to speak to this as well.
Okay.
Mr.
Hello,
Crawford.
Mr. Crawford, could you turn on your camera?
Well, I was trying to see to do that and cannot figure that part out. I apologize.
And before we go much further, Mr. Crawford, are you here on this case at 4516 Holly Street? Are you commenting on that one?
No, I am not. I apologize. 4201 East 100th Terrace is why I'm here. Should I click lower hand?
Perfect. Yes. And then when your case comes up, then we'll promote you back up. Thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you so much.
All right. So do I have a motion? Anyone else? Sorry, Jared, anyone else out there?
That's it.
Okay. Do I have a motion from a board member to dismiss this case number 135?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Mixor. Second, anyone?
Second.
Thank you, Tom. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Chair votes with that motion. This case is dismissed. And if I haven't missed anybody, we've got a couple more here. This is docket number 17, case number 100 with an address of 4200 Bell Street. Jared, it looks like this is your case.
This is my case. This is simply a failure to pay the fee on time to be heard at this meeting. So they're getting continued until the next one so that fee can get paid.
Perfect. Board members, a motion to move to continue this case to September 13th.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Tom Gorence. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And opposed, same sign. Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to September 13th without fee. And I think we've got two more as we go further in the docket. The next one is this case, or docket number 21, case number 27, 561 Harrison Street. We've heard this a couple times. Jared, what say you?
So our recommendation is continuance with fee on this case. These applicants, as you can see, have been before you a couple of times, first in April, then May, June, and July. I believe first in May or maybe June, you requested that they reach out to the neighborhood organization, and they attempted to do so, and now have requested another continuance in order to reach out to the neighborhood organization. So we're doing that with fee.
Okay. Board members, do I have that motion with fee?
So moved.
Thank you. Second is someone?
Second.
Thank you, Tom. Grants, all those in favor to move this case to September 13th with fee, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same sign. Chair votes with that motion. This is continued with fee. We have two more, and then we'll go to the actual cases. So the next one is case number 24, docket number 24, case number 24, with an address of 4507 Blue Ridge Cutoff. Jared, again, it's you.
So this is a BZA case appealing staff's determination. They also have a second case involving their entitlement to make their use allowed through a special use permit, and that is still pending. So this BZA case is also needs to be continued in order for that to be resolved.
Okay. Board members?
So
Do we have a
moved.
motion to continue, thank you, Randy, to continue to September 13th without fee.
So moved.
Thank you, Randy. Second, anyone?
Second.
Perfect, Mr. Grant, you're batting 100 today. All those in favor of this motion, please say aye.
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 And opposed, same sign. And chair votes with the motion. This is continued to September 13. The last case for continuance, it looks like, is docket number 25, case number 28, with an address of 3033 East 59th Street. Mr. Clemens.
This is one more special use permit that still needs to go to CPC before it can be heard by the BZA.
Okay, thank you. Board members, without fee to September 13th on this case, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. I think that was you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And opposed, same sign. Case number 28 is moved to September 13th without fee. Did I miss anybody? Did I think I get everyone, Jared?
That was all the continuances
Okay,
and dismissals.
perfect.
Can I ask a
All right.
logistical question?
Yes,
With these cases being moved to September 13th, I am not available on that date. I think I sent an email about that. So do we think we'll have another member at that time? We can actually do them on the 13th?
So we're hoping to get another member appointed. If we don't, we're gonna have to either move the meeting or continue those to October.
Okay. All right, thank you.
what's your status towards the end of the month, Randy? Are you good on that Tuesday towards the end of the month?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Actually, I'm not. I'm in Europe. So if September 13th, we don't have a new board member, yeah, I'm gone the last 2 weeks. So just let everyone know too.
Understood.
Okay. So to the members in the audience, you have 4 board members here today. Your variance request has got to be approved by all 4 of us or it will fail. Any one member who disagrees will cause your case to fail. You can try to move your case to a later date when we have 5 board members, but for right now, in the short term, we don't have 5 board members. And at least we won't have those till October, but hopefully we will at that point. So as I call your case, keep that in mind. If you'd like to move your case to October, and I think that's October 11th, we can do that with no fee. Otherwise, we will hear your case, and if it fails by 1 vote, then the case is failed. All right. So let's call docket number 2, case number 18 with an address of 71.
Chairman Ebbets, It's okay.
Yes.
Do you want me to run through the general Zoom
Oh,
procedures?
yes, I'm
quickly?
sorry. Thank you, Jared. Thank you for doing that. Yes.
Yeah, it's no problem. All right, so there's two main categories of participants in these Zoom hearings. There's attendees and panelists. Only panelists can turn on their microphones and camera. The only panelists currently in attendance are city staff and board members and our court reporter. When your case is called, you'll use the raise hand function and city staff will promote you from an attendee to a panelist. If you're joining by telephone, you can raise your hand when the case you are interested in is called by pressing star followed by 9. And you can also lower it the same way. Zoom will then ask you if you want to be promoted to a panelist. You click yes on the computer or the number on the phone. It will briefly appear that you have been disconnected from the meeting. Don't panic. Give Zoom a moment, it'll load you back in as a panelist. Once you turn on your camera and microphone, we'll swear you in and you will be able to provide testimony when appropriate. Please ensure that your Zoom username is your legal name and do be sure to keep yourself muted until the chair has asked you to speak. I will also remind all attendees that the chat feature is purely to discuss the logistics of the Zoom meeting. Don't use the chat box to discuss the merits of any case. I believe that's everything.
Thank you, Jared. So we're calling case number 18, docket number 2, with an address of 7101 Northwest Wacomas Road or Drive. Will anyone interested in this case, please raise their hand.
I'm not seeing any hands raised in the attendees list. Matt, do you know the applicant name or who we should be looking for here?
Yes, the applicant is Lee Reichard. I believe.
It says UHL Engineering, Jared, if it says something like that.
Yep, there. Lee just raised his hand.
Where'd he go? Hello, Mr. Ryard. Could you turn on your camera and microphone and please, let's see you. You're muted.
Morning, everyone. Can you hear
Good
me?
morning. Thank you. Before we start, will you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear to or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? And please identify yourself to the court reporter.
I do. Lee Reichard does.
Okay, thank you. And what's your position? Are you with UHL?
Yes, I am the project engineer with Ewell Engineering,
Great.
representing the applicant.
Thank you. On your case today, there are a number of items that we need to hear your case. There are exhibits on page 4, I believe, docket number or exhibits number 1 to 9. And those are administrative exhibits. They are on page 4. Do you have any problem with us hearing or admitting those to you today, with you today?
No.
Thank you. Those exhibits 1 to 9 are admitted. And Mr. Barnes, this is your case. Please tell us about the case.
Let me share my screen here. Okay. Are you guys able to see that?
Yes.
Perfect. So we have docket item number 2, as stated, case number SUP 2022-18, which is a special use permit for Northland Baptist Church located at 7101 Northwest Wacomas Drive. This site is located in the Northland, just kind of south of Lake Wacomas. Here's a closer view yet of the subject site highlighted in yellow. You can see its proximity to like I-29 to the east, Highway 169 to the, I-29 to the west, 169 to the east, and Lake Wacomas to the north. Closer view yet, the subject site, as you can see, is completely surrounded by single-family residential, and it's currently located within a R7.5 zoning district. Here's a view from Northwest Wacomas Drive. There are no proposed changes to this elevation of the building. And here is a view from Northwest 72nd Street, looking towards the current entrance. You can kind of see it in the white there. The proposed expansion of the church will be on this facade. As stated, the church is located in R7.5 zoning district, which requires an SUP for the creation or expansion of a civic use, which a church is considered. Northland Baptist Church received an SUP to allow for the creation of said church in 1987. This proposed SUP that is before you today will allow for a 3,345 square foot expansion to the church to allow for a larger entrance and classrooms. This SUP will also allow for the reconfiguration of the parking lot, which will be altered due to the expansion. And that's just a view. The area shaded in gray is what is to be expanded on. And here's the east elevation of the proposed addition. The addition will use similar materials that are on the existing church, such as brick and cement siding. Additionally, the steeple will be removed that is existing. You can see that on the left side of the screen with the roof being patched. With that, the City Plan Commission recommended approval with conditions for this special use permit located at Northland Baptist Church. I'll take any questions you guys might have.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. And if you could stop sharing your screen, would be great.
There we go.
Mr. Ryard, turn on your microphone, but I said earlier, I've got to have you on the record. We have 4 board members today. You must get approval from all 4 of us for this case to proceed forward. Are you in agreement with that?
Yep, we understand.
Okay, thank you. All right, tell us why we should approve your case today.
So yeah, it's Northland Baptist Church has been operating in the neighborhood for a number of years. They're looking at improving their existing facility, improving the entrance, and adding classrooms. Like Mr. Barnes noted, being in a residential district, they need to get a special use permit. So that is why we are going through this process right now. So we're, in addition to improving the entrance, we will also be improving the ADA accessibility to the building, adding ADA parking and the pathway there, and also doing some minor landscape improvements.
Thank you.
Yep.
Board members, do you have any comments or questions to the applicant? None. And sir, there were a number of conditions that were attached from the City Planning Commission. Do you have a problem with any of those conditions, sir?
Nope. They all seem pretty typical. Yep, and we plan on addressing them. A lot of them had to do with BMP areas, and I've been talking with the staff. So we plan on addressing those during the construction phase.
Great. Board members, this seems kind of straightforward to me, but anyone else have any questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Or excuse me, any audience participation. Jared, do you see anyone raising their hand out there?
There are currently no raised hands in the attendees list.
Thank you. Board members?
Mr. Chair, in case number 18, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Anyone else want to second that one?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorns. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Your matter is approved. Thank you very much for coming, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. The next item is docket number 4 with an address of and case number 26 with an address of 16108 East 48th Street. This is for a special use permit. And will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
And
Anyone
promoting
else?
a Dahlia Hussein.
Perfect. You see anyone else raising their hand, Jared?
Not currently.
Uh-oh, I missed that, sorry.
Said I do not currently.
Okay.
Dahlia is now promoted.
Dahlia, will you please, there you go. Thank you for raising your hand or for turning on your camera. Could you have your microphone on too, so I can administer the oath to you?
Yeah, hi.
Thank you. Good morning. Do you
Good
do
morning.
you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes, I do.
Please identify yourself to the court reporter.
I'm Dahlia Hussein.
Thank you, Ms. Hussein. Yeah, this is your case.
Yes.
And excuse me, before I do that, there are a number of exhibits associated with your case, and they are. I want to make sure I'm on the right one. Sorry. They're on page number 3, items 1 to 9. There are items that this board needs to hear your case. Do you have a problem with us admitting those for your case today?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Those are admitted. And Ms. Najma, this is your case. Please tell us about it.
Good morning, everyone. Can you see my screen okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Before us, we have docket item number 4, case CD SUP 2022-26, located at 16108 East 49th Street in R1.5 zoning district. This is to approve a special use permit to allow a type 2 year-round short-term rental in an R1.5. As you know, short-term rentals, if they are unable to obtain 55% of adjacent owner signatures for a type 2 year-round, they are required to go through a special use permit process. Dahlia conducted her public engagement meeting on July 8th, 2022. The subject site is located in Little Blue Valley. This is an aerial and a screen grab from Google of the subject site. This is the signatures she would have needed in order to receive the administrative approval. However, 3 of the properties are owned by the same LLC that she was unable to get in contact with. And then their neighbor that abuts them, sharing the wall with the duplex, has not been responsive over the month and a half almost that they've been working on this. She did her part of sending out public engagement notices, as well as the notice required for the administrative approval application process, and was unable to reach the 55% needed, which is why she's here today. This is the criteria for approving a special use permit. The staff recommendation was approval with these conditions as stated. The standard, you must renew the SUP every 3 years, as well as renew your annual registration. CPC recommendation was no recommendation. They had a split vote, 2 voting for the STR with 2 voting against it. The 2 voting against it wanted her to do more to reach out to the abutting neighbor. The 2 voting for it believe that the processes that she had already went through to get to the point of CPC and BZA were sufficient, and the neighbor's responsiveness should not influence how they are able to move forward with their business. And that concludes my staff report.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Ms. Hussein, tell us why we should, before I do that, you have 4 board members in front of you today. Normally we have 5. That means you have to have all 4 of us agree with your case for it to be approved. Any one of us who disagree with you will cause your case to fail. You can move your case to the October docket where we think we're going to have 5 board members, or you can proceed forward today with the form. What would you like to do?
I'd like to proceed.
Okay. Tell us why we should approve your case today. Do you hear me?
Yeah, hello, sorry. Okay, so I mean, I've tried everything, to do it the right way. I know a lot of people are doing it the wrong way, and I obviously want to make sure that I'm, doing it correctly. And I've tried to reach out to the neighbor next door again, multiple times within this couple weeks, and she has not answered. We do have a very, very strong short-term rental manager in place, and I believe he will do an amazing job. They have 109 units in Kansas City and Houston and Texas. He has a lot of ways that he obviously screens people and makes sure that the home is not going to be trashed, or they do have a security system that they use. There's Wi-Fi locks and Wi-Fi cameras that they also use. So I know that it's going to be a success, and obviously this is my investment home. I don't want to do anything that would make it a party house or anything. I want to treat it as it's my own house. So obviously I want to help my husband. He has 2 jobs, and I have 2 kiddos, and I'm pregnant, and so anything helps.
Sure. Sounds like it's active today.
Yeah, there's one and there's the other one.
There are some conditions for us to approve this, one of which would be a 3-year renewal. So I'm assuming you don't have a problem with that, Ms. Hussein.
No, yeah, of course.
Board
Anything I
members,
can.
what about some questions for her?
Yeah, I had a question. I was wondering how many other short-term rentals are in this neighborhood?
Not that I know of, like none. So I don't know of any.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Hussein, well, one second, Tom. The three houses that you tried to get a hold of, they're owned by a corporate person. Are those rentals right now? Or are they not even occupied? Your neighbor?
No, I believe they're rentals, to be honest, but the owner is like out of state. So I've tried, giving them letters and certified mail. And I even, like the next door neighbor, she's been there for 13 years. I've met her once when we bought the property in November. And I mean, I've had, just one time an encounter with her. But again, I haven't received any feedback from her. We've tried. But yeah, I believe they're rentals, that they're all occupied.
Okay.
So those are more of a long-term rental, like yearly leases type situation.
I believe so. Yeah.
Because you don't see a lot of cars going in and out, the different cars coming in and out of the driveway dedicated to short-term. Is that correct, Ms. Hussein?
Again, to be honest, I don't know. I live in Overland Park, so I'm not like constantly there, but the times that I have went out there, sorry, my kids are banging on the window. The times that I have went out there, I haven't seen any cars, like even in the driveway or any of that. So I don't know if they're just like not there, or they're not working, or they're just not in the state. I don't know.
All right. Board members, comments, questions? Okay. And so the offsite manager, Ms. Hussein, again, I'm concerned about the house becoming a party house. You live in Overland Park, so you'd have no idea what's going on. So there is some type of oversight by your property manager to prevent this from being a bad house.
Yeah, so again, they do a screening. I do have access to my property with cameras. They have cameras outside. I mean, they're installing like $2,000 cameras, so I'm sure that I will be accessing that a lot just because, like I said, it's my house. I want to make sure that it's in decent shape and not going to be trashed. And he did say that if there was any problems, they were gonna, go ahead and take care of it and make sure that, they don't ever, I guess, rent from Airbnb again. I mean, they do have this process that they go through. If things were to happen, you have to obviously, I think, review them and write that review. And, Airbnb takes that into consideration since now they're being very strict about things. And again, like I said, he's had 109 units. So I believe if he has that many units, he's very successful in what he does.
And Ms. Hussein, do you have any other short-term rentals in either in Kansas City or some other city?
I do not know. This is my first one.
All right, board members, anyone in the audience? Anyone raising their hand? Mr. Clemens, I didn't hear you say that.
There's currently no raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you. Board members?
I did do a quick search for you, Randy, on Airbnb itself, just to that area, and I don't see any within at least a 10-mile radius of her location on Airbnb. But again, people use Verbo and things like that, so if they're not registered.
Thank you, Najma. I appreciate the additional search.
No worries.
Next door. Do you have?
Mr. Chair, in case number, this is full 26. I recommend the applicant's request be granted in accordance with staff report and site plan, and then the conditions for the, the 3-year renewal.
Perfect. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. Sorry, kill that, sorry. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And opposed? The chair votes with the motion. Ms. Hussein, your motion is approved. Please take care of your baby and have a great day.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
All right, let's go to the next case, which is docket number 5, case number 20, with an address of Martin City is all I see here, generally located at 201 East 133rd Street. Will the applicant please raise their hand?
I've promoted David Ratley to a panelist and Lana Thorpe.
Thank you. It's taking me a second to get to there. Excuse me. Sorry. I'm almost there. There it is.
Oh.
Yes. Okay, there it is. Easy. We had a lot of items on that last case. I'm almost there. There we go. Okay. So we have Lana and David. Sorry. Will the two applicants please raise your hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Lana Thorpe, I do.
Thank you.
David Ratley, I do.
Thank you. As I've told the other applicants today, we only have 4 board members. You need a unanimous approval to go forward today. Do you want us to proceed onward with your case today? Good. We don't see the shaking hands. Ms. Thorpe, we say yes or
yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Ratley, sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Perfect. All right. Whose case is this? Sorry. Mr. Clements, this is yours. Thank you. Sorry.
This is mine. Do we need to admit the exhibits?
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. We have an associated with your case today. There are a number of exhibits. Those are located on page 4. They're labeled 1 to 9. They're administrative exhibits. We need to hear your case. Who's going to be speaking on the case today? Is that Ms. Thorpe or Mr. Ratley?
I'm the applicant officially, but Lana could also speak on behalf of the project too, if that's okay. I mean, it just
Okay.
depends on
So
which.
who's going to approve the administrative exhibits? One of you two.
I can.
Okay, thank you. Those are admitted. And Mr. Clemens, thank you very much for pointing that out, and away you go.
All righty. So before us, we have docket item number 8. This is case number CDSUP 2022-00020, located at 201 East 133rd Street. This is in zoning districts R7.5 and R2.5. The applicant in this case is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for the expansion of an existing elementary school. Part of this proposal is also 2 variances. They have held their public engagement meeting on June 22nd. So this is the location of the subject site. It's within the Martin City Richards Gebauer area plan. More specifically, it's on 133rd Street between Walnut and McGee. This is the site plan for the expansion proposal, which includes a 10,000 square foot addition to the subject school building. The siting of this expansion required that the drive here be rerouted to the east of the property. As part of that rerouting project, a temporary access drive to the cul-de-sac in this neighborhood to the south was permitted through both Land Development Division and Development Management Division through a temporary use permit. A new stormwater detention area to the south of the school is also included in this proposal. So this is just a example, one of the elevations of the proposed school building, just to get an idea of the materials used, some concrete and brick there. So the key conditions here, the applicant is seeking 2 variances from the BZA as part of the SUP. The first is for signage, which is pictured to the right, and the other is for a 3-foot height variance. The building is 38 feet high. Residential zoning requires a limitation of 35 feet. The applicant also will be submitting photometric plans at the time of building permit rather than special use permit. Wasn't part of the scope of their special use permit, and staff was comfortable conditioning that rather than requiring it now. So you can see the it's kind of difficult to see. I'm not sure if it's coming through on your screens. There's a bulldog image there on the side of the school. I'll talk about the variance details more in depth here on the coming slides. So this is the height variance case factors. It's a 3-foot height variance, 38 feet total. A substantial change is not anticipated to the character of the neighborhood. The difficulty could only be obviated by changes in the design of the structure. The signage variance is a 375 square feet variance for a total of 395 square feet. A substantial change is not anticipated, but the difficulty could be obviated by changes to the design of the signage. I think 20 square feet is what is allowed in a residential district. The CPC voted to recommend approval with conditions on the special use permit, and they did not make a recommendation, obviously, on the variances. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Jared. There are a couple of, Mr. Clemens, there's 2 other conditions that you have that are not part of the CPC. You want those as part of this case. Is that correct? About the turning lane, it looks like, and the access lane?
Yeah, yep. And actually one of those has been satisfied, but it's still included as a condition.
Thank you.
Having to do with the temporary use permit.
All right, whoever wants to speak, go ahead, either Ms. Thorpe or Mr. Ratley.
I'll speak to it. Thank you. So this is a gym addition. I'll speak to the height first. It is a K-8 school, and they host volleyball in this space, which has a height limitation in order to hold sanctioned competitions. So that really was the driver to the height. So including that clearance needed for volleyball, and then the structure and the mechanical equipment is what drove us to need to be higher than the limit. Otherwise, we would have kept it for sure to the limit. Also, this is an ICC 500 shelter space, so adding some more protection to those students, and really a school that's trying to thrive in the midst of a lot of private schools in the area. So really trying to support our public spaces. And then speaking to the signage, is it possible for me to share my screen? Is that allowed?
Yeah, that's okay.
I just wanted to share a quick.
If it's any new evidence, if you could just send it to me, and then we can admit it as a.
It's more. I sure can.
This will be an exhibit. Ms. Thorpe, this will be an exhibit.
Okay.
And so we will add this, and then if you could send that to Mr. Clemens as part of the case file.
I will do that. I just wanted to extend the extents of our drawing to show they have some existing letters on their building in the same direction of our proposed signage. This can be seen across Martin City to the town. So, and it's not facing any direct houses. So we did keep to the 20 square foot on the front of the school for some additional signage, but we're requesting a variance for the backside where really they have their athletic field and some more school spirit opportunities back there. That is the goal of having the Bulldog, which that design, they've updated their logo. So this is still a placeholder, but the size is what we are requesting variance for. So that is, I can send this to Jared Clements following this, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thorpe. Is that, Ms. Thorpe, is that sign going to be lighted?
It is not. So it is visible in the daytime.
Fine. And it does, what does it face? Just the athletic fields or their homes across the street?
It's mostly treed behind, just looking at Google Earth. I could show that, but yeah, it's mostly athletic fields. It's not, there's no street frontage on that, and it's facing, David, correct me if I'm wrong, is that facing south?
Yeah, it's facing
Yes.
south.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Thorpe.
Yes.
Do we have anyone in the audience who's raising their hand to have questions of these applicants? Right, yeah. Jared, see anybody?
I do not see anybody. Sorry, I was having trouble finding my mute.
No, it's okay. It's all good. Board members, do you guys have any questions of these applicants?
Mr. Chair, I do have a question. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Randy.
Go ahead.
No, it's all you, Tom.
Okay. Was that where the Bulldog logo is? Is that on the south facade?
Yes.
Correct.
South. Okay. And I don't know if you've been watching, but we've had multiple of these types of cases come up here pretty recently with schools, with more, not so much the text, but the logos portion of that for school spirit, not facing residential areas, but more internal facing. And the board has, I don't remember exactly, but has been sort of want to approve those. I think some are currently continued to look at some reduction in size. So we have a little bit of a precedent that we're up against with your particular application, just FYI.
Yeah, I think our hope was, since there was precedent on the south facade already in the community, it might follow that precedent and being acceptable on that facade.
One thing that strikes me that might be a little bit different in this particular case is, are there any of the other signs around the rest of the building? Does it have the letters, the Martin City School and the Bulldog anywhere else? I noticed looking at the south, when you showed that on the new exhibit, You have Martin City School, but there is no, complimentary bulldog in that text.
Correct. So currently, as it stands, there are no.
Hold on. So this would be another
Oh.
exhibit that we'd like for you to submit to Mr.
Yeah.
Clemens at the end. Thank you. Go ahead. This is admitted. Go ahead.
Yes, this is just a Google Earth at the moment. So sorry, let me back up. Is there a bulldog on the other side of the building? So currently the district is in an effort of adding branding to the rest of the schools in the district. It is not designed yet. It is still in discussion. And now that they've rebranded their logo, but I'm going to zoom around to the front poorly, sorry. Get a nice view of this tree. So right now their current signage is quite small on the front of their school. And it says, I believe, something to the effect of Martin City K-8 Elementary. Our addition will be adjacent to their existing building, attaching here. And looking at the current exhibits, we are proposing an MCK8 acronym on this north facade that is in compliance with the square footage allowed. But no, we do not have a bulldog elsewhere on the building. It's just an internal logo for the most part so far, if that answers your question.
It does partially. One last piece of that. What is to the south? Right now, it's empty land I'm seeing.
Yeah. So they have quite a bit of, like, it at one time was intended to be a football field. They've since changed their direction, but they do use it as field for especially their middle schoolers, like the 6 through 8. They have other playgrounds for the K through 6, K through 5. And then you have the other parts of Martin City. I'm not sure the road out here off the top of my head.
The name doesn't matter to me at the moment. So are there any future plans for that area in terms of?
No, not currently. There's at least not in the next five years. There's nothing in top of my knowledge here.
Okay, that answered my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Radley, do you see you might be able to reduce the size of the bulldog somewhat to be more, not ask for a large variance is what you're asking for, sir?
So it's me asking for the variance, really. Yeah. And it was because this is a precast building. It's the majority of it is concrete, and we're adding this brick in order to add nods to the existing building and help it fit in better into the residential context. Adding the bulldog to that scale was something exciting for the kids to see, something we could add to this building on the exterior to add some excitement. That's also the direction that they will pick up and drop off students. They loop around the school. To reduce it all the way down to be fitting within the variance is really not something that would be very legible from the proximity that they're driving by. So that was kind of the reason to blow it up to be the size we felt was right. But to reduce it, I'm just not sure what would be the window of what's acceptable. So, because really anything larger than 20 square feet is pretty big window between 20 and 300 plus. So I think they would be open to it if there is a window you're acceptable to, but
Mr. Stiller is correct in what he said earlier. There's been a number of schools that have come before us who wanted school spirit, and those have either been cut down from their original request or denied. Rockhurst High School is one of them. And again, it didn't face anything. So they did not want to reduce anything, so it did not pass. And with 4 board members, you're going to need unanimous approval. So
I would,
go ahead.
Sorry, excuse me. I would add, I don't want this signage to risk the rest of this project moving forward. If this signage needs to hold off, that is a risk that we've shared with the district, that it does not currently comply, and there's a chance it might not be acceptable to the community. So We haven't heard any pushback from the community up to this point, but we would respect your recommendations in that department. I'm not sure how this goes, if you're able to accept some variances and not the others and still proceed, or.
Yeah, we can do that, Ms. Thorpe. I was trying to give the opportunity for you to come back with a slightly smaller bulldog sign variance request so that you could proceed totally with your project.
I think we could reduce it. Is there is there an amount that is acceptable in your precedents
Well,
that's still larger than?
yeah. I always look at percentages and I didn't see it.
Okay.
Mr. Clemens, was there a percentage that was over variance?
So you're asking if there's a percentage of the precedent that we normally
Well,
reduce schools to?
Yeah,
or-
I mean, on this variance request, what's the percentage over the normal? Usually I see like 18% or 30% or 50%. Thank you.
So I have to do the math really quickly. It's 395 square feet, and what's allowed is 20 square feet, I believe. So I think we can take 395 divided by
20 times bigger.
Yeah, it's about 20 times larger.
Like, yikes.
No doubt it is larger. I will give you that. No qualms there.
Yeah, so I'm all for school spirit, but I'm not sure that part of your request might not fly today.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a question of staff. Just for everybody's clarity, mine to begin with, when this was measured, is the entire brick measured, or it's strictly the perimeter of the bulldog?
Strictly the aluminum of the bulldog.
Okay, just want to be clear on that. And then from a procedural standpoint, is there, I just don't recall, is there a way that we can approve certain requests and continue others?
I think what we'd end up doing probably is we'd have to deal with the special use permit and the height variance if you're agreeable to that. No motions made, but and then we would probably just have them apply for a new variance request so that it didn't hold up their special use permit for the signage.
Yeah, I was looking for width. They didn't have to go through another application process, fee, et cetera, and time. But I guess there isn't a way to break that up.
May I ask, would it be acceptable if the bulldog was closer in height to their existing school letters on the back of their existing gym? Is that beside the point?
It's really sort of outside of our scope to actually make recommendations in terms of final design.
Okay.
I think Mr. Evans was going towards maybe work with Mr. Clements and look at the previous precedents and those percentages as a guide, and maybe have a couple of options. Always seems to be helpful for the board when you have more than just one option as to how it might go.
Okay.
And Ms. Thorpe, so again, before you speak, 1 second. So we can move your case to the October docket, but that would hold up everything. Or you can come back to us with a sign and we'll eliminate this bulldog sign from your request today. And then you can come back to us again. What would you like to do?
I would prefer the second option of holding off on the signage for this item so they can move forward and we can follow back up. Would we come straight to the BZA in that situation?
You would come straight to the BZA, and also.
Pardon me, this is Sarah Baxter, the attorney for the board. You've got to you've either got to continue the case or vote on everything today. You can't just vote on part of it and then come directly back to the BZA with part of the case. That's the decision you have to make.
Okay.
So
yeah.
Sarah, could they ask to dismiss the variance, and then that way it can come back to the board? So the motion would be, if they're agreeable to the rest of it, approval of the SUP and the height variance, and then dismissal of the sign variance, then they could reapply for a sign variance.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
But you can start over. If you want to do something with the sign, you need to start over with a new application.
Okay.
Sarah, would there be, is there a difference between approving several of the requests and a denial versus a dismissal of an item?
No, I mean, there's nothing that prevents you from reapplying once it's been denied.
Okay.
So I think, thank you for the question. I really think just voting on everything that's been presented is the best path forward today. Since they want to move forward, then, let's deal with all of the issues.
I'd just like to add, if you don't mind, this is Dave Ratley. I think the issue here is what Lana was saying is to be able to hit schedules and to be able to get this building open when we need to get it open, we can't continue it to October. We're already, need to get that temp road in and all that stuff. And we can't use that temp road until we get the SUP approved for the usage of that temp road before we can do construction for the school site. So I think that's kind of where we're at, is like, we don't want to continue it for a sign that you guys may or may not want or allow to have on the building for something that we need to move forward with, I guess, is kind of where we're at. So if it means not allowing or rejecting the sign variance, we'd rather move forward with the rest of it. I think, not to keep reiterating that, I apologize, but I just want to make sure that if it means this doesn't get hold up for the sign, that's what we want to move forward with the rest of the project if we can.
Yes, makes sense.
I think I understand that. Any members in the audience? I may have said that before, excuse me if I did. Jared, do you see anybody? Okay, thank you. All right. Any other board member questions or concerns before we ask for a motion? So I'm trying to find where that sign variance would be, that we could have that eliminated. Maybe. I'm almost there. I think it's number 3. No, it's number 4. Mr. Stiller, will you look at your staff, the staff report? I think it's number 4 is the sign variance.
I can't. We're still in screen share mode.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's on your, do you have the document?
There we go.
Sorry.
It's okay. And
Oh,
I also was gonna let me try this and see if this works. Sarah, keep an eye on. I would offer a motion that the board approve the variances in the staff report in accordance with the staff report, site plan, and deny the signage variance.
Ms. Baxter?
Okay, the staff report's a little unusual since it put the variances in the conditions. So I think, let me make sure. So you're wanting to approve, I think, number 3, the height variance.
Yes.
But deny number 4.
Right.
The sign variance.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
I still don't see him in here. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller, for that motion that we will approve it with, except for staff condition number 4. Do I have a second out there?
I second.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Your project is approved, subject to that one condition. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. All right. We're now on docket number 6, case number 32, with an address of 2800 East Linwood Boulevard. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
Jill Turner and Marvin Daniels and Trudy Faulkner.
Okay, thank you. Let's see here. Will everyone please turn on their cameras and microphones? And I'll be right there. Okay. All right, there's Marvin. I'm trying to get everybody. When you turn on your cameras, you kind of flip around the screen. So I apologize. I'm kind of going like this.
Lee Reihard with Ohl Engineering is also a team member.
Okay, thank you. So will those three people, I think there's three, please raise your hand to take the oath. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Please identify yes or no and identify yourself to the court report. Go ahead.
I do. Trudy Faulkner with Strata Architects.
I do. Jill Turner with Strata Architects.
Thank you.
I do. Lee Reihard with Ohl Engineering.
Okay, it says Marvin on your deal, but that's okay. A second here, let me put a note on that.
There's Mr. Ebbets, there are two different people. There's Mr. Daniels and there's Lee Reihard, who's already been sworn in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
That's okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Sorry. There's, in your case today, there are a number of exhibits, usually labeled 1 to 9. It'll take me a second to scroll there. Now it's 1 to 10 today. And those are on page 4 of your packet. Do you have any objection to us admitting those to here with your case today?
Nope.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Turner. Also, as I've explained already, there's only 4 board members today. So it takes unanimous approval for your case to go forward. Otherwise, it will die on the grave today. Do you have any, do you want to move it to October 13th? Are you ready to go forward?
We're ready.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Najma, this is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was very descriptive.
I know. Sorry.
Okay, before us we have docket item number 6, case number SUP 2022-32 at 2800 East Linwood Boulevard in an R0.5 and R1.5. The applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit for the expansion of their religious organization under section 8836503 of the Zoning and Development Code. They had their public engagement meeting on July 23rd, 2022. The applicant's subject site is located in the heart of the city. This is an overview of the subject site. It's so fun. As you can see, it is split between 2 parcels, and part of our plans through this request is to combine them and improve all the uses on the site. The 3 primary uses that we are wanting to get approved is the school, entertainment venue, and administrative offices. So the key characteristics of this case, the current structures are not changing, with the exception of a small expansion on the church. It is the hypothetical expansion as they're combining the parcels and expanding the use across multiple parcels, but nothing is about the site itself is physically changing, again, except that bathroom expansion. The Hope Center will use the current landscaping and request variances for parking. The staff determined that merging the parcels was the best way to move forward with the site because of the utilities on the site and this water service line here. The use will change in the church from a religious assembly to an entertainment venue to support additional eleemosynary uses. While these uses on their own in a residential district would not be allowed, the entertainment venue itself and the offices, because they are in relation to the public civic use, that is the church, they are under the special use permit. Again, all activities on the site are related to the Hope Center, and they are getting variances to the parking to allow for what they currently provide on the site and on the street. There was testimony at the City Plan Commission from a neighborhood member who attested that the way that they use the street for parking does not poorly impact the character of the neighborhood. The other things to mention about the site, again, are just these uses are related to the Hope Center, which allows for them to expand their SUP under that section of the code 365. CPC, you're welcome. CPC recommends approval with these conditions. And yes, one of the variances is a condition in this request as well. And that concludes my staff report.
Thank you, Najma.
You're
To the audience and to the members today, I apologize for my comments. Sometimes I think off my head, not with the way I should. So thank you. All right. Who's going to speak on the case today?
I can say just a few words and then I want to turn it over to Marvin because this is really his project and his desire to improve this community. So primarily what we're working on is just renovation of the existing historic church, which was built in 1911. It has not been fully in use since the mid to late 90s. And so what Marvin is planning is to do a full rehabilitation of the church exterior masonry stabilization and repairs. And then on the interior, it's just a single level that the public would be using. There is a choir loft mezzanine area, but it would not be open to the public. So it would be more of a sound booth or, IT projection, stuff like that for when the building is being used. We are planning a small 114 square foot addition to add a restroom on the interior to improve those conditions and make it more accessible.
And Trudy, I wanted to clarify that will be on the west side, so in between the school and the church, so it won't be seen from either Benton or Linwood Boulevards.
So not affecting the historic appearance of the existing church. Windows will be replaced, all new mechanical, electrical, plumbing will be done. There's some structural improvements on the interior. So a fairly significant amount of work to stabilize and improve the structure. And then accessibility upgrades to both the front entry as well as the side west entry that is existing. So I'm going to turn it over to Marvin and let you let him talk about how he's going to use the building.
Thanks, Trudy and Jill.
Oh, one quick thing. I apologize, Marvin. Just in terms of talking about the conditions, we have heard back from Alofu and Matthew with city planning and are proceeding with deed modification to combine the lots with the county, and that is underway. We will have an updated legal description today, and that will be completed hopefully by the end of this week. And then we are still waiting on feedback from the water department in terms of creating the easement. Okay, Marvin, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning to you, board. The Hope Center has been a neighbor here for 23 years in the 64128 Santa Fe, Oak Park, Palestine, and Idaho communities. We continue to serve as a community youth development organization within our community, accessing 1,500 families to our free services that continue to inspire, encourage, and enrich our families. Our goal really is to develop healthy communities where the vulnerable can have hope and flourish. That's our vision. Part of our vision is utilizing our assets that we have obtained since 2005, which is that historic church building as well. We know that we've labeled it as an entertainment venue, but it's really a gathering venue that brings the community together. We don't have a community space within this context that brings the entire community together. We focus centrally on children, youth, and their families. This will be a facility that will be designed to continue to encourage and enrich families, to be able to provide seminars and training, to be able to give a safe space and fun place for children and youth to be able to gather in, and an opportunity for us to utilize our assets to help families begin to flourish and to create some forms of sustainability within our community. We already have a medical clinic that's in our community. We have a charter school because of all the elementary schools that are closed in our community. And so we continue to work along the housing aspect of it. So all the assets that we're granting those assets to be able to make sure that we create the opportunities for families to have hope and flourish. And then finally, as one of the oldest members of our community reminded me, there's a lot of buildings in our community that are torn down, but very few that are restored and brought back to life. And so as a part of our community response, we desire to see these buildings make new memories. And this will be one of them that you seek to approve today.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Anyone else want to speak? All right. There were a number of conditions that were listed there on your staff report. Do you have any problem with any of those? The parking variances, was 50, I think it was 30 cars. I've got to verify that in just a second. Do you see any way to alleviate that, Ms. Faulkner?
So Jill and I have done several studies looking at how additional parking can be acquired. I know Marvin has some future plans for that, but for now, because the existing use of a church on the site, that gives us some credit for parking. And we do not see these facilities like the school events and church events being done at the same time. So we feel like there's adequate space for parking. We did provide special permit use variation to add 11 spaces north of our site if needed. And so that is in the exhibits. And then there's a ton of street parking around this site. And a lot of people are walking from the community. So not everyone's going to be in a car. There is mass transit near the site as well that will be used. So I don't see parking as an issue.
And I heard your testimony earlier said that a neighbor nearby did not have a problem with the parking issue.
She testified in the CPC hearing.
Right. Okay. Board members, any other questions of the applicants? I'm going through all your exhibits. I'm kind of, I use a separate computer to look at the exhibits. So I'm not looking away from you guys, so thank you.
That's okay. We want you to be mesmerized.
Yes, yes, I am mesmerized. Usually there's maybe 15, 20 pages, and I'm way down to quite a few with you guys. So board members, it seems kind of straightforward to me, but I'm just one board member here. What's your any questions or comments or motions?
Mr. Chair, I would offer a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller.
I'll move in case number 32 that the request be granted in accordance with staff report and site plan. And one little note, I think it's been 30 years since I've even heard the word eleemosynary. Thank you for that.
And of course, with the CPC recommendations, correct, Mr. Stiller?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Your motion is approved. Good luck with your project, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you do for the community, Mr. Holmes or Mr. Davis. We appreciate it. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, we're now jumping up to docket number 9, case number 59 with an address of 9500 Worrell Road. Will the applicant please raise their hand? And on this case, we have a quorum of myself, Mr. Gorence, Ms. Mixdorf, and Mr. Stiller, all in attendance.
So I'm going to be promoting Mr. Michael Ryan to a panelist, as well as Matt Stinson.
Thank you.
Kevin Barthol is also here and also has been promoted to a panelist. A Gregory Ely has raised their hand, voting to panelist. I don't see it. Oh, and then a Judith Parker has just raised their hand.
So I will start with the applicant, Mr. Ryan. Who else is it? Mr. Ely, who's the two presenters today?
Mr. Ely and then Mr. Stinson, Matt Stinson.
Okay, if
I believe that's all, and myself.
There might be other people who are interested in commenting on the case. I'll get to them in a minute. But for those three people, Matt, Mr. Stinson, may you please turn on your camera and or microphone to take the oath. There you go. Where you are? I don't see you yet. There he is. He's lighting up. Great. So to the three gentlemen there, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Yeah. Please identify yourself and affirm or deny in that motion. Let's start with Mr. Stinson.
Matt Stinson, and yes.
Okay.
Greg Ely, yes.
Thank you.
Michael Ryan, for signs, yes.
Okay. Those others in the audience, we will get to you in just a minute with your support or non-support of this motion, but I'd like to hear from Jared and his comments on the case. And wait, I'm sorry. Before we start, I have administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 as associated with your case. I need a representative, one of you, the three of you, to say that's okay for us to admit these or not to admit them.
It's okay to admit them.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Ryan. Those
And
are admitted?
also,
Oh,
sorry,
go ahead.
the exhibits need to be amended as well. I added one. Yesterday, I was sent a revised plan for the sign variance. So there's a 10th exhibit as well, which is included in the staff report. But
Thank you. Mr. Ryan, do you have a problem with that one? Exhibit 10? Okay, thank you. That's exhibited as well. And Mr. Clemens, it's all up to you. Thank you.
Alrighty, I will go ahead and share my screen now. I'll quickly go through these first couple of slides since we've seen this before. This is 9500 Warnell Road, docket item number 9, case number BZA 2022-29. The zoning district is R-7.5, and this is a sign variance request. The project is in the Red Bridge area plan of the city. More specifically, it's at the southwest corner of the intersection of Warnell and Bannister Road. This is the location of the sign, the proposed sign location. So here's the revised signage plans. They've cut down on the area that they are proposing the signage to be. The previous variance was for 22 feet with some change. Now it's for 5.5 square feet. A substantial change is not anticipated of the character of the neighborhood. The difficulty could be obviated by changes to the design of the sign. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens. And to the three gentlemen, as I've told everyone else today, we only have 4 people on the case. Any one person not approving this variance request will kill it, or excuse me, will let it not happen. And do you have a problem with us proceeding forward? Otherwise, you have to move this to October when we think we'll have 5.
Please proceed.
Okay to proceed?
Just so you know, Mr. Chairman, I've been promoting a couple other people as well. So there's
okay.
a few people from the public, I think, here as well now.
Great, thank you. I'll get to those people in just a moment. Who's speaking? Is it Mr. Ryan? Are you speaking on the case today?
Yes, I can comment on the adjustments. We appreciate you guys having us back and really took into consideration what both the board and the community's feedback and went back and really scaled the sign down from the original 54.5 square feet requested to 37.5. And to Jared's point, it's only 5.5 square feet over the allowable, which is a 1.17% variance. And we've requested this because of visibility. We need the size of the letters so that you're able to legibly read the church's name and so on and so forth. Additionally, we listened to both the board and the public. We've incorporated the potential of a timer within the sign. If the board requires us to, turn that off at some certain time during the night, the church is more than willing to do that. They really want to engage the community, again, be a partner and a neighbor, and have from the start. So I don't know if Greg or Matt has anything they want to add.
Yeah, again, I just want to say that one of the main reasons that we are looking for the sign is if you drive by our location now, we actually had a few people a couple of weekends ago who were in front of the church and could not find out which church it was. They were looking for Colonial. We had to come outside and let them know that we're knocking on the door. And oddly enough, we are a church at 95th and Warnell, but we're a far city reaching church, and a lot of the events we have are for people who are outside of our neighborhood. Funny enough, the construction that you guys just approved for the Hope Center, we're one of the major supporters of them, and we just had a few events. We had an event to help raise funds for them, where we had people come to our church from the inner city, from their location, and so it's just important for us to have that signage out front of our building. And we didn't know they were going to be on the call. That was just incidental.
Right. All right. Anyone else? Then we'll get to the people in the audience. So Mr. Clemens, we have, I'm counting about 4 people, it looks like. We have Sherry, and Stan, and then at the bottom, or at least on my screen, Kevin, Carol, and another Kevin. I wonder if there's another difference. Are all those, could you promote those and see if they're supporting or
So
opposed?
I've promoted a Judith Parker, a Matt Simpson's with the applicant team, Judith Parker, Sherry Elliott, Stan, a Kevin Barthol, Carol Winterroud, and Kevin Mullen.
Okay, I'm going to start with the screen that I'm looking at. So I'll ask Ms. Parker, first of all, to take the oath. Ms. Parker, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Your microphone is muted. Thank you.
I do.
And your name, please, for the court reporter?
Judith Parker.
Thank you. Are you opposed or for this motion today?
I'm opposed because for 7 months a year, when I open my front door, this will be glaring right at me and anyone who looks at a bird's eye view will see that. I do appreciate that they have scaled it down a little bit. I would have preferred monument signs on either side for people coming from all directions. So I'm opposed.
Thank you. Ms. Parker, may I ask, are you across catty corner from this location, or where's your home?
My home, if you walked out the church front door on the intersection and you walked straight ahead, you would bump into my front door.
Okay. So that means you're on the northeast corner. Does that sound about right? Am I correct about that? Or north or southeast?
Northeast, yes, northeast corner.
Okay, I'm familiar with the area. Thank you for your testimony. I'm again going across. Miss Elliott, I'm going to administer the oath to you. Please turn on your microphone. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Please state your name for the court reporter.
It's Sherry Elliott.
Thank you. Are you opposed or against this motion?
I'm opposed. I live at 9401 Warnell in the same subdivision as Judith. I wanted to start out with the same thing as I did last time. I noticed the Burns and Mac letter was included and it's not notarized. So I was wondering if that could be removed.
And just an update, that has been removed from the updated staff report. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Elliott.
Okay, thank you. I did send a PowerPoint, which hasn't been shown, but as Judith said, during 7 months of the year, we have no leaf coverage. So it's pointed right directly at us. And I drove the intersection from all angles, walked it, took pictures, and you can't see the sign very well. I'm not sure why they chose that other than to draw attention to the church. And that's not the point of a sign for this usage. As Judith said, 2 monument signs is what most churches use, perpendicular to the street where people can see it, they know where to turn, that kind of thing. The sign designer has stated repeatedly that there is no similar situation. Rockhurst is less than a mile away, high school. They're 26 acres and they have a 3x10 monument sign in front of the building. I drove past 20 churches and I didn't see any that needed a variance. So it's not a normal thing. It would cause our neighborhood issues. It would also show favoritism to them over other schools and churches. And we have 9 people in our subdivision, 32 acres, 8 people are against it, and I haven't spoken to the 9th. So it would affect us, and we would like you to deny it.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. You mentioned you spoke with neighbors. Did you get them to sign a petition? And is that petition part of the?
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, thank you.
But several are here, so you'll get to hear from them.
I understand. Thank you. Looks like Stan, you might be next, at least on my screen. Could you turn on your microphone while I administer the oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Please identify yourself.
Stan Edlovich, I'm at 206 West 94th Street, and I'm one of the 8 properties directly affected. Again, as Sherry said, when the foliage is down, I see the lighting from the church constantly. Would appreciate the church thinking about why they're both lighting up and asking for the sign. If they're really trying to let people know who are going to be coming, they're not having programs at 1 o'clock in the morning, but their lighting plus their sign proposal has lighting and advertising aspects. And that's the way it appears to me. It's an advertisement, not a facilitation. That may not be what they mean, but that's the way it comes across. I'm against it because I would like to be less intrusive, not more intrusive. So.
Thank you, sir. Kevin, I think you're next. Barthol, sorry. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Please affirm or deny, and your name for the court report.
Kevin Barthol, I affirm.
Thank you. Your comments, sir?
My comments is what I heard from the applicant is it's all about readability. And, you know, the city code has set out that 32 square foot is considered readability. So I don't think there's a need for them to go above the actual code requirements. And I agree with Stan's comment about this being advertising. If they really wanted to get out their name, they would, you know, they could drop the logo and increase the size of Colonial and meet requirements very easily. And then I'm also opposed to the lighting continuously on timer mechanism. I mean, I don't know what happens around most churches after 10 o'clock, but you know, there's typically not activities. So those are my thoughts. As opposed, and hope you guys deny.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mullen, you're next. Please turn on your microphone and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Please state your name for the court reporter.
I do, Kevin Mullen, at 9401 Warnell. I am opposed to this signage variation. I work in the film and video education industry, and I'm concerned and deal with lighting intensities and color temperatures and that type of thing. Again, I'm just as some of my neighbors, Sherry and Stan and Judith and such, I'm right below catty corner from the church itself, and it's already a very bright corner. Adding another illuminated sign is going to add to that. They say that you won't see much of the illumination because it's already so bright, but I don't think we need to make it any brighter. And again, that kind of echoes the comments that Stan made about being, advertising versus, location and that kind of thing, based on the fact that churches around the area do not have illuminated signs and have monument signs around their entrances usually. So again, I'm opposed and echo the comments of my neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. Ms. Fritherall, you're next. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the court reporter? Thank you.
Yes, this is Carol Winterroad. I live in the neighborhood, not the immediate neighborhood where most of these people reside, but looking at the sign, it has to me, a commercial look about it. And it does not fit in with the character of the area, of the residential area. In terms of signage, Burns and McDonald has monument signs, and they are not lighted, and they're within the code. And I think the church should be similar to that. We like the church, we want the church, but we want it to be a good look to our residential area and to stay residential. Thank you very much. I am opposed.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anyone else, Mr. Clemens. Do you see anyone else who hasn't spoken yet?
I do not.
Okay. Mr. Ryan, whoever wants to speak on this case, I heard concerns about timing, about the length of time the sign is on. And of course, I heard some concern about the size. We do appreciate you coming back with a new design, but there's still some concern, I hear.
Understood. And I just wanted to address some of the concerns.
Hey, Mark.
Yes, sir. What's that?
I apologize. We didn't catch any of what the witness just said. Can we have him please repeat that?
Mr. Ryan,
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I appreciate it. I just wanted to address some of the concerns that the neighbors brought up. And there, in several cases, several of the people are proposing we put up two signs on two different sides of the church. And honestly, that's one of the reasons we're requesting the 1.17% variances. So we don't have two 32 square foot signs up there, but we have one 35.5 square foot sign that is legible from all corners. So that's why we've presented this option. Additionally, if I can just share my screen real quick and get to this, I want to go, a big portion of this has been about the lighting. Can you see my screen?
No. We may add this to the exhibit, so you may have to send it to.
It's the 10th exhibit. Oh, here it is. All right. So the part of the concern is about the lighting, and if you can see from this picture here, you have lots of street lights. You have a light on the front of the church, not to mention all the surrounding lights that dwarfs any of the illumination coming from the sign. And I'll tell you, the largest portion of partners we work with are churches. And I will tell you 95+% of the churches illuminate their signs, especially when you're on a busy corner like this, from a visibility standpoint. The church has agreed to put a timer on. So, if you want the sign off at midnight or whatever, they're willing to do that to eliminate some of the concerns with the lighting. Additionally, I'd like to go, because I believe it was Miss Elliott who was commenting on the view and walking the road. So these are some shots during the day, but let me get down here at night. So this, if you look, the top two pictures are down the hill where these neighbors reside. This on the third row here, this left picture is as well. So you can't even see the sign.
You're cutting out, Mr. Ryan.
Sorry, I'm sitting in my office. I don't know what's going on, but
when you lean into your computer, you go off. So if you stay facing the way you're facing, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Is that good?
Yes.
Okay, great. I apologize. So you can't even really see the sign. Additionally, we're talking about looking through trees to view the sign. And I understand the concerns in the winter, but again, if the church puts it on a timer, I think it's a negligible issue. I don't know. The Burns and Matt got fought by the same group. The city's been fought by the same group, and now this. So I've just we've done what was asked. You know, if you guys want us to come back with 2 32 square feet signs instead of 1 35.5, we can sure do it.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Board members, do you have some other comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, comments in, oh, there we go, the screen. I'm just hard pressed as one board member to, it seems like we're split right down the middle, where with the current proposal, one group's going to be happy and another group's not going to be happy. And, you know, in a perfect world, it would be desirable. I mean, the aspiration is that there would be something in the realm of a compromise that might make both entities reasonably happy. And obviously we can move forward with this proposal and the board can vote on it, or, and I don't, it seems, I'm hearing that everybody's in support of the church, like the church. It's just this particular design for the signage that seems to have problems. But in my opinion, it seems like there is some room for flexibility on both sides, and maybe with a little more time, there may be a solution that could be worked out that would achieve the objective of the signage and make the surrounding neighborhood and the residents that are most highly impacted a little happier. So that's the comment.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. As just one board member, not anyone else, I do appreciate you bringing the size down to just a small variance over what you had asked for before. Also, as one board member, I agree with the residents, especially on the lighting at the end of the day. Maybe it goes off at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. I think midnight's too late myself, but again, that would be part of my request going forward. But I do echo Mr. Stiller's comments as well. This board has given a variance request for larger than basically 2% is what you're asking. And so that part of it, I don't have a problem with myself, but I do have a problem, Mr. Ryan, with the length of time the sign would stay on. So I'd want to have you testify to that you'd turn it off at either 10 o'clock or whatever time you might agree with.
I think that's Matt and I would be the people who would be in charge of that, and we'd be happy to comply with the neighborhood as far as having the light turned off at a reasonable hour.
Right. Is reasonable 10 or 11, sir, Mr.?
We can have it turned off at 10 o'clock, 10 or 11. If that's the time. I think 10 o'clock was the time that was requested. We can have the sign turned off at 10.
All right, thank you. Other board members?
Yeah, I just want to know, I do appreciate you taking re-looking at the design and decreasing the area. I feel like, as you brought up, you could have 2 other signs. So I feel like this is a great way to have a single piece of signage, just a small variance to get you that one kind of demarcation on your site, as opposed to the 2 separate signs. So I think this itself was a good compromise to just do a single sign. So I think if taking those kind of lighting considerations into mind, I think more of the lighting issues are with the illumination of the church itself and not of the sign, which I think is out of our purview in this particular case.
Okay. Anyone else with final comments? Yes, Stan, I see you raising your hand.
There's 2 parts to it. One of them is that, of course, if they put up 2 signs, one sign faces Burns and McDowell, and it doesn't affect the neighbors. The other would affect the people across Warnell. Our neighborhood of 32 square, whatever it is, and 9 houses would not be affected by the 2 signs. So from our perspective, that is a big difference. The second thing, one other thing, the second thing is on time. Burns and McDowell agreed to 7 o'clock turn off for the lights in the building unless they're using it. What, you guys, everybody go to sleep at 11 o'clock?
No, but we do have quite a few evening services, Brother
I
Stan.
understand that, but you could have it on because they keep it on when they're using it, but they turn it off when they're not using it. And
Generally, that would be 10 o'clock for us.
well, if it's 10 o'clock, it's 10 o'clock. But the point is that in arbitrarily keeping it on when it's not being used is just an advertisement. It's not helping anybody.
But Stan, thank you for your comments. Again, what they do with the exterior is out of this board's jurisdiction. We're just talking about the sign today. That's all we can.
Okay, then we continue to object because you have to deal with what you're dealing with. Okay, sorry,
Understood.
Sherry, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Sherry, go ahead, then we'll get Judith, and I think that's everybody. Go ahead.
I just wanted to speak to the double monument signs. They would be not facing the neighborhood, any neighborhood, because they would be perpendicular to the streets. And so that's one of the big issues. The photos that he showed you were with no cars on the street. And with cars on the street, you can't see the sign at all until you get up to the intersection. Also, Burns and Max trees and everything that they planted, you can't see it. I sent a picture showing that we can clearly see it without leaves. And I just don't understand why they're facing it directly at us. And one other question I have is, does this discount them from then doing an additional monument sign? Because they kind of indicated in their application that they were going to still put signs to mark the entrances.
All right. Ms. Parker, and then I'll let the people comment on that. Ms. Parker.
I agree with all the neighbors that are opposed, but I own another 12 or 13 acres and a house that adjoins directly, and I think this will affect the future development of my property. That would add to the 32 acres. So in total, our neighbors sit where another 12 or 13 located as well. This has never been mentioned before, but I'm concerned that the future value of my property will be affected. I oppose.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Kevin B.
Yeah, one more thing. I know you brought this up in the Grandview question is regarding this logo and it having to be on this sign. Is this anywhere else on the property, on the building, or displayed elsewhere on the property, this logo? And I guess why does it have to be included as opposed to just, increasing the name size?
At the moment now, the logo is not, there's nowhere else on the building.
I believe it's the Universal Presbyterian logo, is it not, Greg?
No, it's
not that particular.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so if you take that out and just increase the colonial name and the Presbyterian Church and reduce it to 32 square feet, you're in compliance.
We also would like to say, I think, and Ryan, you can speak to this, that if we did move to the two signs, that I think it was stated that no neighborhood will be affected, but that would directly affect the neighborhood to the east of us. And I think that's what Randy was about to say earlier. Maybe not, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I saw you think you responded the same time I did when the comment was mentioned. But there is another neighborhood directly to the east of us that would put that directly in their line of view.
Additionally, I might just add, if we have to end up going with two monument signs, the signs will still be facing that neighborhood because we'll put one sign on one portion of the corner and we'll put the other sign on the other portion of the corner because that's visibility, and we're well within our rights within city ordinances to do so. So I really feel like this is an excellent compromise. Again, we've come back with a much smaller sign. And something that's a very, very small variance that truly doesn't impact folks outside of it impacts folks outside of the community trying to find the church, which the church also has a food pantry, folks. We're trying to help people here.
Yeah, and also it was mentioned about additional signage, and that was directional signs. Those would be the small, 12 by 12 inch type signage that says office here or youth house here. Nothing that will be illuminated or obtrusive.
That's correct, Greg. I'm sorry. Thanks for mentioning that.
All right. I think we've heard from everybody. And again, recalling, you could either ask for a continuance and come back again, or we can vote. Remember, any negative vote will not allow the project to go forward, just to refresh everyone's memory
I will let Matt or Greg comment on it.
All right.
I think it would help for us to know what the will of the board is based on this feedback. And so I think we would, Greg, I think we would like to go forward with the vote. And
Yeah,
I kind of want to echo the other comments. I mean, we did try to reduce the size of the sign. One thing that wasn't mentioned, we changed the internal illumination a little bit to make it a little less, and I just don't think, I think once this sign's built, I honestly don't think anybody's going to be distracted by it or troubled by it. But I think our changes were helpful, and we would turn it off at a appropriate hour. So,
okay, thank you for that. Hearing no other comments, board members, do I have a motion out there?
Mr. Chair, in case number 59, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the updated staff report received and the site plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McStork. Do I have a second from anyone out there?
second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorence. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. The chair does vote with the motion, but because we have one negative vote, it does not go forward.
As a point, can I ask a point of clarification? You had mentioned before that you can come back with another proposal if we make any modifications whatsoever. Are we able to come back to a later meeting then?
I'll let Jared address that, but typically you have to do a new application. You were great a few seconds ago. I asked if you wanted to continue it, and you said no. So
correct.
Now, this case is. Go ahead, Jared. Sorry. I was just going to tell you this case has been denied, so you can come forward with a new application.
Okay.
You covered it, Mr. Edwards.
And one other thing, Mr. Stinson, by the time you came forward, we should have 5 members, and that would give you a possibility of 2 negative votes for it to not be approved.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Do you guys want to take a 5-minute break? You want to go forward? And I see Randy shaking her head. So we'll come.
Yes.
It's 5 to 11 right now. Is 5 minutes enough? Or you guys need 10?
5's good.
5's good. Okay, we'll meet back here at 11:01. Thank you very much.
We're off the record at 10:56 a.m.
Sorry. Hey, Randy, are we good with you all day?
Yep.
Okay, I'm thinking maybe about 1 o'clock, we break for lunch. Is that too late?
I think that's fine for me.
Yeah.
If I could go sooner, just merely to catch up on some loose ends over here.
Okay, so we'll go for then 12:30. Is that what you're thinking?
12, yeah.
Or what, I mean, it's 11:05. We hardly got off this break before taking a, okay, 12:15 stellar.
All right, deal. You got to remember, I start at 6 a.m. every day, so I'm almost ready for dinner.
Yeah. I've been to your place. I know these things.
Okay.
I've been to Truman Road before. Okay, we'll wait. Hold on, Lance. Don't start us up yet. Thanks. We got everybody back? No, we have no Jared. Oh, we do have Jared.
I'm here. Camera was off.
Okay, I see Najma. I think we're ready to rock and roll. Okay, Lance, come back on. You good?
One moment, please.
Sure.
We are now back on the record at 11:05 a.m. Thank you.
Perfect. Board members, let's call in public. Let's call docket number 10, case number 76 with an address of 8401 East 73rd Terrace. Will the applicant please raise their hand?
I am promoting a Brian Warren to panelist. And I currently see no other members of the applicant team raising their hand.
Okay, perfect. Is he on? Let's see here. I've got the right case, right? I don't see any of those names here. Oh, yes, I do. No, I don't. Okay. Hello, Mr. Warren. Thank you. Will you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today? Please say yes or no, and your name for the court reporter.
Yes, Brian Warren.
Thank you. We have a list of administrative exhibits found on page 4 of your staff report. They're labeled 1 to 9, and we need those to hear your case today. Do you have any problem with us admitting those?
No, sir.
Thank you. Those are admitted. And Najma, this is yours. Good morning again. Thank you.
Good morning again. Before us, we have docket item number 10, case number CD-BZA 2022-76, located at 8401 East 73rd Terrace. This is an R7.5, and the applicant is seeking variances to the accessory structure standards. It's a lot of S's, so I have to say it. The subject site is located over in the Redbridge area. This is an aerial view of the subject site. The previous building that the applicant is seeking to replace died in a fire, and that is what that looked like prior to this request. This is the foundation they'll be placing the new building on. The variances are to the area of the building and the height, and the additional variance was caught in review for the current site's existing accessory structure for their garage and the home and its proximity to the home. So variance 1 is to the structure's height and the amount of 2.25 feet. Variance 2 is to the footprint and the amount of 528 square feet. And variance 3 is to the structure's distance from the principal structure, the existing garage, in the amount of 3.75 feet. This is an overview of the variances, and that completes my staff report.
Thank you, Najma.
Thank you.
Mr. Warren, why should we approve your request today, sir?
I was just.
Wait, I'm sorry, Mr. Warren, I keep forgetting to say this. So we've got 4 board members here today. You must get unanimous approval from all 4 of us, or your case will not go forward from here. Are you okay with that? Or you want to wait till October?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go forward. Thank you.
When I originally was hired to do the job, I was just hired to replace it on that existing floor that Nazma had just showed. And so that was the size of the existing building. And when I looked up the detached garages, I thought the footprint was 800 square feet and was allowed to be 16 feet tall. So I don't exactly understand why we're having a variance problem with that, but I want to do everything that I'm supposed to do, so that's why I'm here.
Is this structure a detached garage?
It is a detached garage.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
And the picture you showed of the floor, that was pre-existing. That floor is no longer there. That floor burnt with the fire. And when we checked the footings to see if they were up to code, they were not. So we now we're planning on pouring a slab. That was all in the plans.
Okay.
Hold on just for a second, Mr. Warren, while Najma looks up some data here. Thanks.
So you're keeping the existing detached garage next to the home?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're doing another detached garage in the rear of the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Give me 1 second, please.
Mr. Warren, I do have a question. I'm just looking at some of these wall and framing elevations, and you're saying it's a detached garage, but the opening is 6 feet wide. So what are you planning to store in this if it's not a vehicle with that width?
He's a rather popular artist in the Kansas City Metro now. And what he's planning on doing is putting his riding lawnmower and stuff in one section of it and having his art studio or where he makes his art in the other section of it. So he'll have drying racks, and he makes wall art, which is like 7 foot by 4 foot, for an example.
Okay, so with that information, I still would consider this an accessory structure and not a detached garage. So I would move forward with the variances as they are written, because it's not for a typical vehicle, it's for a lawnmower. So we consider that kind of like shed storage or something along those lines. Thank you for your questions, Randy.
A quick question, Najma.
The size of the building was because he does wall art, which is really big. I have one on my wall actually. And some of them, like mine is 62 inches wide by 3 foot tall.
Right.
And he does it in layers. So he has to have drying racks where he stacks them up, and then he travels around the country and delivers them.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I had a question for Najma. Would it be safe to say that with the variance, they would have more flexibility in the use of the building as opposed to if it were simply a detached garage? Is that accurate?
Not necessarily. They have flexibility for the structure that they've proposed to this point based on the variances calculated by the structure on the plans. If this were a detached garage, it would technically be able to be bigger, but we don't want to label something as a detached garage, as that would be a different process and permitting process through building permits.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Jared, do you see any hands raised on this case?
There are currently no hands raised in the attendees list.
And Mr. Warren, what's the acreage this sits on? What's the dimensions of the whole property?
Let me see.
Or about, you don't have to be exact.
It's almost 1 acre. It's like 4 square feet under 1 acre.
Right. Okay, thank you. Did you have any neighbor opposition when you were posting signs out there talking about this case?
No, sir. I actually spoke with the neighbors. They're all fine with it.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, seeing no opposition and no one else interested, board members, any other questions or comments or motion? Tom, Randy?
Oh, okay. Mr. Chair, in this case, which is number
number 76.
76, I move that the board grant the request in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Your project is approved. Good luck, Mr. Warren. Thank you for coming before us.
Thank you guys for your time. Thank you very much.
All right, we're now moving to docket number 11, case number 80 with an address of 750 East 124th Street. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
I am promoting a Colby Alexander.
Great.
Kobe Alexander, rather. My apologies.
And if you could there he goes. Get rid of Mr. Warren. Thank you.
And Sarah, could you confirm for fences, we just need the simple majority, correct? We didn't need.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Perfect.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf.
Yes, thank you for that reminder.
Yep. All right. Kobe, good morning to you. Good. Have you we're going to administer the oath on this case. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this hearing today?
I, Kobe Alexander. Yes, I do.
Thank you. There are a list of exhibits associated with your case. These are on page 4 or 3, and they're labeled 1 to 10, and we need that to hear your case today. Do you have a problem with us admitting those exhibits to your hearing?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Those are admitted. And this is, thank you, Najma again. Najma, will you please present the case? Thank you.
You're welcome. Before us, we have docket item number 10, case CD BZA 2022-80. This is located at 750 East 124th Street in R6 district. The applicant is seeking a special exception for the fence height in the front and street side yards. This is the subject site located in the southern portion of the city. This is an aerial view of the subject site. As you can see, the orientation of the home is what we by code would consider a corner lot because of this pad, but because this pad is owned separately, this is technically just a parcel. So interpret that as you will. This is the request of the applicant for the fence location on the property. So it'd be about back here towards the rear of the home into what will be considered the front yard of the home by code. Again, the fence height is a request of 6 feet. The allowed height for a front yard is 4 feet. The applicant is requesting a 2-foot deviation. And this completes my presentation.
Thank you, Najma.
Thank you.
Before I ask Mr. Mr. Alexander to comment. Do we have anyone raising their hand on this case, Mr. Clemens?
There's no one in the attendees list with a raised hand currently.
Thank you. So Kobe, why should we approve your request today, sir?
Yes, so first I'd like to start off where our house is. There was a few other pictures in there, but the rear of the house, it kind of slopes down, and the only lighting on the area of our property is in the front via a big light post. So the fence would grant privacy from people walking in and out that little area back there. Our surrounding neighbors, they also have fences. I don't think they're that height, but with us also having two medium to big size, about 70-pound dogs, 4 feet, they could easily jump the fence and get out. So with the 6 feet, it allows them to stay in as well. And the intersection, that's the whole reason we had to do this, was for the intersections and also the variation of it. But where we're planning on building fence, the HOA requirements do require us to start from the rear of the home. And then we'll go from the rear, and it will end before easements to allow for the mowers to get through, and all that sort of stuff. But that's pretty much the main reason for privacy and security of the rear of our home, since it's not really well lit and people walk in and out of our yard all the time.
Mm-hmm. What is that pad on the other side? What is that? We saw it in Najma's presentation. It looks like almost like a tennis court. Najma, what was that in the center next to his home?
I believe that's their driving pad. All of the homes in the subdivision has that separately owned driving pad.
Like a
Like
parking
an asphalt.
Right.
Yeah. So the neighborhood, it goes down, and then each little housing subdivision, we each have our little cul-de-sacs, and there's like a big cul-de-sacs that lead into each person's driveway. Yeah. So.
All right. Thank you. Let's see here. Any other? So again, you mentioned that there are other fences in the neighborhood, and were they the same height?
There was a few that were up the road, but as far as the ones surrounding our home, no. There's across the road, there's like a metal one, and then right beside us, there's one. They've been there for a while. I'm not sure if it's 6 feet or not. I haven't measured, but our backyard kind of slopes uphill, and there's 2 immediate houses behind us. So, but yeah, I'm not really sure, but I know the one behind us, it could be, but I'm not sure. The one next to it, it's not. And it has gaps throughout the fence. It's not a privacy fence.
Thank you. Najma, I have a question for you. If it wasn't on a corner lot, would they need this variance?
No. So it's kind of not really a corner lot. It's the front yard. So because their side yard faces the front, so if they were in the interior, they would need this variance.
Right. Okay. Board members have questions?
Comment. I see Najma's point is kind of in conflict with the street side requirement of a corner lot. This is a little bit of a unique corner lot with that curve across there, and you look at the way the house is facing. There's like the street side yard is the only issue there, but it doesn't seem like, from just one board's member's opinion and standpoint, it doesn't look like it's in conflict with the spirit of that side yard fence height requirement that it would be if this were a 90-degree intersection. So I think they have a little bit of a unique situation, and then it seems like that fence fits in pretty good, in my opinion.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any neighbor opposition? Where'd you go? Sorry, I lost your picture. Where'd you go?
It disappeared.
I lost you. Kobe, where'd you go? Oh, well. Jared,
He
has he
was
gotten
on
back
his-
in?
Not yet. He was on his phone, so something might have happened.
Battery issue, maybe.
The 2022 issue.
Yes. Still cracking me up. I don't know.
I can give him a call. I don't know if you all want to move on to the next case or.
No, I was done with questions.
Oh, there he is. There he is. Okay, he's back. He's back.
There you are, Kobe. Thanks for coming back. I'm sorry your case didn't approve. You weren't here. I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing. I'm just kidding. Okay. Any other board members have questions for Mr. Alexander? Okay, hearing none. Do I have a motion on this case? That's case number 80.
I'm sorry, was that question for me?
No, sir, it's not. It's for the board members. Thank you for asking.
Mr. Chair, in case number 80, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Ms. Mixtor. Do I have a second from somebody?
Second.
Thank you, Tom Gorence. Thank you. A motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? The chair votes with this motion. Your motion is approved. Good luck with your fence, sir. Thank you for coming before us.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're jumping to docket number 13, case number 89 with an address of 3107 East 54th Street. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
I'm promoting a John Horner to a panelist currently.
Thank you. Okay, where is he at? I'm sorry. Mr. Horner, please turn on your camera and microphone when you get a chance. Hey there.
Yes, hello.
Yes, thank you for coming before us today. So
Yes,
I'm going to administer the oath to you.
yes,
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
yes, I do.
And your name, please, for the court reporter.
John Horner.
Thank you. There are some administrative exhibits associated with your case. They are on page 3 of the document. They're labeled 1 to 9. We need those to hear your case today. Do you have any problem with us admitting those?
No.
Great. Those are admitted. And Jared, this looks like your case today. Please tell us why we should, or tell us about the case.
Absolutely. 1 second here. All right. So before us, we have docket item number 13. This is case number CDBZA 2022-00089, located at 3107 East 54th Street. Zoning district is R-2.5. The applicant in this case is seeking approval of a variance to the front and side yard setback requirements to allow for an existing structure to come into compliance and receive permits for interior renovation. This is the location of the subject site. It's within the boundaries of the SWOPE area plan. More specifically, it's on 54th Street, east of Bellefontaine Avenue. So this is a site plan showing the existing structure and porch and how close it sits to the front property line as well as the side property line there. You can see it's pretty close there, 8 inches away. So for the front yard setback, they're seeking a variance of 9.75 feet. Substantial change is not anticipated as the structure is existing. The difficulty could only be obviated by changes in design that include demolition of portions of the structure. Variance B is for the side setback. It's a 4.93 foot variance. Substantial change is not anticipated once again for the same reason. And it also could not be obviated obviated by changes, or could only be obviated by changes in design that include demolition of portions of the structure. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens. Mr. John Horner, why should we approve your case today?
Yeah, I appreciate you giving me a chance to basically share on this. I wanted to just give just a real brief history. We bought this home back in October, and it was an absolute disaster, probably a drug home. And so me and my team, we just began to clean up the area substantially. We literally, and this is no exaggeration, if you know how big a 30-yard dumpster is, we filled 4 of those dumpsters. I mean, literally, I'm the only house there. Actually, it's a dead-end street, if you noticed on that aerial. I'm the only house east of Bellefontaine on 54th Street. There are no other houses there. So it was a dead-end street. So literally, it was like a magnet for drug people and for dumping, and just a terrible situation that we found. But we began to just really clean up the area, and the house itself. We began to renovate it. And so I thought, because the porch was already there, just to make a little bit more room in the house, since it is only about 900 square feet, the porch was already there. We just enclosed the porch, and later found out, hey, you can't do that without, some, basically permissions and things. So didn't have any idea of a lot of it, but we've been waiting for 10 months to get electricity on there. I had originally planned to move into that house myself back 10 months ago. I've had to make some very inconvenient plans since then to try to basically deal with getting the permits, getting our electricity on. So we really appreciate just getting permit to basically, we enclosed that little area just to make basically like a little office there, and even spoke with all my neighbors. Went and got, as part of the paperwork I turned in, I got affidavits notarized from my neighbors that actually a lot of them said, man, thank you so much for coming along and cleaning up this neighborhood. That whole end of the street was just a disaster, just literally like a dump pit. And we filled 4 30-yard dumpsters, and we have put up a camera on the house so that I can see any, illicit or wrong activity that might be going on in the future. So we would really appreciate getting this approved.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clemens, anyone out there opposed or support?
There is no one raising their hand currently.
Okay. So is someone going to be living in the house, Mr. Horner?
I'm sorry?
Is someone going to be living in the home?
I still plan to live in the home, but yeah, we have worked on the home for 10 months without electricity. We've done what we could, but it still it's got to be finished. We need electricity to move forward with heating and cooling, things like that. So yes, I do plan to live there.
And is the porch the same dimensions as the old porch?
Yes, sir, exactly.
Okay. Except you're enclosing it now.
Yeah, we enclosed it, not realizing that would be a problem.
Right.
And it looks like it's only a partial enclosure. You still maintain kind of the entry portion is open, and just to the right-hand side is enclosed.
Exactly, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We've had cases like this before, Mr. Horner, where the home was built not really in compliance. So what we're seeing here is not unusual for us to see here. So your request is not unusual. At least I don't think it is. Anyone else have any questions for the applicant? Hearing none. Anybody?
Mr. Chair, in case number 89, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second from somebody?
Second.
Thanks, Mr. Stiller. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Chair votes with this motion. Your application is approved. Good luck with your project, Mr. Horner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you. All right, we're jumping to docket number 14, case number 95 with an address of 435 West Meyer Boulevard. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
I am promoting a Rachel Sexton, promoting a Brian King, and someone named Lori. We'll need to identify their last name, I believe.
Okay. We'll wait for those people to light up. Please turn on your cameras and microphones. I'll administer the oath to you in just a second. Who am I missing? Am I missing somebody? Yes. Rachel, I got you. Justin. There he is, Brian. Okay. Will the three people please raise your right hand for the oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
I do.
I have to ask each one of you to say your name and I do. So let's start with Rachel.
Rachel Sexton, I do.
Thank you. Next, pick one. Go ahead, Brian.
Brian King, I do.
Let's see here. Lori?
Lori Beam, I do.
Thank you. And let's see here. Who's it? Justin Smith, you're on today. Oh, wait,
Yes.
sorry, before I say that, you guys, there's a couple housekeeping issues we must do first. The first is we only have 4 board members here today. So that means all 4 of us must approve your request or it's not, it doesn't go forward. And the next one, so do we have your okay to do that? Who's speaking on the case today?
Yes, Rachel and Brian are the homeowners. We
Okay.
yes.
Thank you, Ms. Sexton and Mr. King. And then the other part is there's a exhibits 1 through 9 are part of your case, and the board that's on page number 3 or 4 of your docket today, and those need to be admitted so we can hear your case. You have any problem with those 9 exhibits?
No.
Okay, thank you. Those are admitted. Justin, please tell us about this case today.
All right. Go ahead and share my screen. You guys see that?
Yes.
All right, so this is docket number 14, CD BZA 2022-00095, located at 435 West Meyer Boulevard. It is zoned R6, and we're asking for a variance to allow for the construction of a covered porch on an existing single-family residence. This site is located in the Country Club Waldo area. Here's a little closer view. It's located on the corner of Washington and West Meyer Boulevard. And so here is a plan. And just so everybody knows, on the staff report I did from the existing home, on this PowerPoint, there's also the addition that will be on the house. So what we're asking for the existing structure is a 4.2 feet variance. And on the proposed structure, it will be an 11-inch variance, almost made the requirements. And we do not think this project can occur without a variance or a change in design. And with that, that is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. I appreciate that. You're great. I appreciate it. Ms. Sexton, I think you're speaking in this case today. Why should we grant this approval for you and Mr. King?
So I know 11 inches is such a small amount, but this is for part of a kitchen remodel that includes a mudroom, and we have 5 children. So that area is for the mudroom. So if we're taking out 11 inches, that is a significant amount of someone's locker space. The logistics aside, I think Lori is one of we have 2 neighbors who border our backyard where this addition will be. Lori is one of our amazing neighbors. Daniel, I don't think is
He's on, but he said that they forgot him. He's currently holding tight. I don't know. He's supposed to be on. He's been texting me.
He needs to raise his hand if he's part of it.
Okay, I'll let him know.
Go ahead, Ms. Sexton. I'm sorry.
Lori, thank you so much for being a part of this. But really appreciate the support of our neighbors in doing this project, have such respect for them and for the neighborhood. And from a taste perspective, just some of the examples. So we have been on the cover of Spaces magazine. We were in the Ink supplement, which was part of the Kansas City Star. Our entire home, the exterior and interior, was featured a couple of years ago on houzz.com, HOUZZ.com, which has 40 million viewers a month. So from a style and perspective, we're not trying to do some kind of, mini mansion or upset the beautiful neighborhood and the historical features that we love so much. We're just trying to enhance our home and have some additional space for our family of 7. And thank you so much, Daniel, also for being a part of this.
Hold on, I've got to swear Daniel in. Daniel, please turn on your microphone. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And state your name for the court reporter, please.
Daniel Pennanen.
Thank you. Daniel or Lori, do you want to speak to this issue? Who wants to go first?
Go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, yeah, I can go first since I'm already my mic's already on. Yeah, I'm right next door to them. Their driveway is on the I guess it'd be the north side of my lot. So I see it when I come out my back door. They've told me about their proposed plans for their kitchen for a while now. And as far as being their next door neighbor, I don't have a problem with it at all. They've showed me exactly where it would go and how far it would go out. And to me, I think it'll be an enhancement to their home. So
great. Miss Lori?
Yeah, I, as Rachel said, share a fence with the Kings and probably have the most direct view of the planned project and have absolutely no concerns about it. Am in support of the effort.
Sounds great. Ms. Sexton, did you just purchase this home in the last year or so?
No, we've lived there for 10 years in this month.
Okay. There's another home that's near there that sold recently that we just.
Oh, I think it was our neighbor Kurt Napstein, maybe.
Yeah, Kurt. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Just didn't know. That has nothing to do with this case. I just.
No, we actually had him bid the design work on this.
Yeah. Board members, sorry, Mr. Jared, do we have any other raised hands out there on this case?
Currently no other raised hands.
Good. Okay. Board members? Any comments, questions? Seems pretty straightforward. Not very much variance.
I'd offer a motion.
All right, Ms. Nixdorf, I'm ready for it. Thank you.
In case number 95, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Sounds great. Do you have a second?
Second. Oh, Mr. Gordon.
Not okay. We'll get Tom Gorence. You seconded that one. All those in favor of this motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with that motion. Good luck with your project and love the Brookside.
Mr. Chairman, I have a quick question for you.
Yes,
before we end.
Mr. King.
Question, now that it's been approved, how long does it take for the board to submit into our contractor so that we can start?
So that'd be a Jared question, and he'll answer that offline if you don't mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Lori and Daniel.
Good luck. All right. We're jumping to docket number 15, case number 111, with an address of 7156 Nyabar Road. And will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted? That would be Jose Avora and Ms. Renato.
Larissa, I see Jose and Mrs. Shiamara Evora in our attendees list. Their hand isn't raised, but can you confirm that's the applicants?
Yeah, those are the applicants. Yeah. Larissa, have you presented for us before?
No, first time.
Yahoo! I thought you were new. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
We'll wait for them to come up.
So I've asked them to join as panelists. I'm not sure they're accepting the promotion yet.
I can give them a call if I need to. Just send me their number.
Sure.
We're gonna do it.
We could move on to docket item number 16 and perhaps try to contact the applicants and then go back to that one.
Great, we'll pause that one just for a moment. So let's jump to docket number 16, case number 97 with an address of 3715 Denton Road. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted? Larry Woodbridge, I think.
Promoting a Larry Woodbridge, or I assume it is, their screen name is currently owner. So they'll have to identify themselves.
Okay. Owner, there he is. Larry, if you turn on your microphone and camera, we can see you so I can administer the oath and we can talk to you. Larry, we can't hear you. There you go. There you go. Oh, green light. Okay, now we can see you. Now if you can turn on your microphone, sir. You see it? Might be in the lower left-hand corner if you're on a Zoom screen, I think. There you go. Perfect. Yes, you're there. All right. So I'm going to administer the oath to you on your case today. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Larry Woodbridge, and I do.
Thank you. There are a list of administrative exhibits, Mr. Woodbridge, that we need on your case today. They're labeled 1 to 9, and they're on page 3 of your staff report. You're okay to administer those administrative exhibits?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Those will be exhibited or admitted, should I say? And Mr. Clements, you're presenting today. Thank you so much for helping us out.
Sure thing. Give me 1 second here to share my screen.
Sure. Sorry.
All right. Sorry about that. So before us, we have docket item number 16, case number CD-BZA-2022-00097, located at 3715 Denton Road, zoning district R-7.5. The applicant in this case is seeking approval of a variance to the accessory structure siding standards to allow for a garage to be built in the front yard. So this is the location of the subject site over there just north of Raytown. This is the site plan. You can see here the existing home sits, this is actually the east side of the property. North is to the right. So the home and the road is at the top of the screen, so it's to the west. The home sits at the rear of the property. It actually has a variance granted, I believe in the early 2000s, to allow for the home to be at the rear of the property. And as such, almost the entirety of the property is the front yard. Our code prohibits accessory structures being sited in the front yard. And so you can probably understand the necessity of the variance. So these are the case factors. It is a complete deviation from the requirement. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty could not be obviated by some feasible method other than a variance. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Thanks, Jared. Mr. Woolridge, I meant to say this to you earlier. You have 4 board members in front of you today, and you must have unanimous approval from all 4 of us for your project to go forward. Your other option is to delay your case till October, when we probably will have 5 at that point. Then you can have 2 to object. Do you want us to continue forward or continue?
Please, let's continue.
Yeah, continue on with today. All right. Tell us why we should approve your case today, sir.
Well, this is a case where a variance was granted back in 1994 for the existing structure. I inherited the home and started the cleanup process, which I ended up with 9 40-yard dumpsters and 3 cars that had to be cut up. They was using that property as a chop shop. And I've since cleaned up everything. Doing, excuse me, doing a complete remodel on the home, but I want to be able to add a garage to our home, which is still going to be approximately 45 feet from the front property line. And I own lots 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 there. So I've worked with the mapping department of the county and combined all those into the 3715 address. We will not encroach on any other properties, and we won't be obstructing views of any other neighbors. So I would like your consent and appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clemens, I've got a question for you. Maybe I didn't pay attention. Do we have one of those overheads where we show his property on the plat?
You certainly can. Give me 1 second.
And I'm sorry if I missed it.
No, there wasn't one on this PowerPoint. That was just my fault.
No, it's good. You're good.
1 second here. So I'm just going to share my screen of the parcel viewer. So you can all just see the property that we're talking about here. So Mr. Woolridge owns this property, this property, I believe this property, and that's where it ends. So these 3 are his, and he's, as he said, mentioned, working on combining them.
All right.
So you can see the property here is, the home is to the east. Yep.
Right. Okay, thank you. Hey, Mr. Woolridge, any opposition to that neighbor? What would that be? To the west of you, I think? Did you get any neighbor opposition, sir, from this proposal?
I've had no one has opposed my plan. I've spoke to all the neighbors, and no one's had any objection.
Right. Right. Thank you for that. Have anyone out in the audience, Mr. Clemens? You're muted, sir. Sorry.
Sorry about that. So we have one person raising their hand, but I know that they are the applicant for the case that's going to be called. So, and they've stopped raising their hand now. So,
board members, any questions of the applicant?
I have a question. So I understand, I guess maybe this is for Jared otherwise. What we're granting is allowing a garage in the front yard, not the size of the garage, because on the plan, it looks like it's double the allowable size for a detached garage. So I wanted to confirm what.
So a detached garage has a size limitation that is twofold. It's either, I believe, 800 or 900 square feet, or essentially what amounts to 10% of lot size. So once all the lots are combined, I believe it will be in compliance.
In compliance. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
I had sort of a similar thought on that. I'm also a little bit concerned about granting a variance that runs with the land. And then maybe this is a question for Ms. Baxter. Can we grant a variance that to build a structure on two separate lots. The lots are not combined as of yet, according to looking at the parcel viewer. Would it be smarter in terms of a procedural aspect to have the lots combined before a variance is granted?
Yeah, I think, yes, I think it would. I think that would make more sense. Because I guess I don't understand from the staff report, we just have one variance here, but for two lots?
I believe Mr. Woolridge is working with the county to combine the tax parcels so that it will just be one lot. If the board would like, we could continue this to give him time to provide evidence that that has been done. The software that I shared does not get updated real time. So I'm not sure if Mr. Woolridge has completed that or if and they just haven't updated the map yet. If we would like him to provide evidence that he's done so, we could continue it and then have that evidence included in the staff report next time.
Yeah, if I may.
But I would recommend. Okay.
If I may, I had that done with Mr. Vance at the mapping in Jackson County office 3 weeks ago. So I don't know how long it takes to update, but it's been at least 3 weeks now that it's been combined.
And do you have tax records or something to submit to us that show that was done, sir?
I don't have tax record because taxes aren't due yet. I've paid the taxes on all the properties.
Right.
It was in arrears, and I paid 4 years on every lot to get it up to date. You know, but as far as I just worked with Mr. Vance there at the mapping office, and he's the one that combined everything.
But
another question for staff and Ms. Baxter, are there any city approvals that are necessary with a lot combination?
So if you combine it by deed at the county, not just on the mapping system, once that happens, then it's reflected in our software. So maybe Mr. Mr. Woolridge needs to go to the Recorder of Deeds office in terms of his process. On our side, our building permits cannot be issued on 2 different parcels. So that would be a requirement of the building permit process that he combine these parcels as well. If it would make you more comfortable, we can also continue the case.
Yeah, the purpose of the question was so that he doesn't move down the road with the county and think things are in order, only to find out that city approvals might be necessary, and all of a sudden he's confronted with some issues that may be more difficult to deal with after the fact than before. I know, if I remember right, lot splits require city process and approval in some form or fashion. I'm not clear, would like clarity for Mr. Woolward's benefit too, that if there's any city requirements combining the lots.
So lot combinations are sometimes require a minor subdivision by our platting group. I believe when they don't meet the standards within the zoning and development code for combining them by deed at the county, I believe that this one is allowed to be combined by deed at the county, but I can verify that with city staff if that's a concern as well.
Yeah, better to know issues in advance typically than after the fact.
I'm just one board member, but I'd feel more comfortable once we had evidence that the lots are combined under one deed as suggested by Mr. Clements and Ms. Baxter. So I'd rather have you come back in October, sir. I don't see a lot of opposition to your case, but what I want to do is have it the right way. So, so I'm suggesting you continue this to October 11, bring back evidence at that time that the lots are all combined, or you have one deed for all the lots. And I think we could proceed forward with your case at that time.
Okay, I understand, but the process was given to me to go combine the lots prior to asking for the variance, which I have done. I went through the county and they don't give you anything that says, yes, we got this. They sent me something by text. I filled out the information, talked to Mr. Vance on the phone, and then we continued with the joining process. He sent me a affidavit to sign. I signed it and sent it back, and you don't get nothing else. What do you recommend? I mean, I can go to the courthouse and I'll be glad to, but what will I be asking for?
I'd be happy to answer that, Mr. Evans. I believe you need to go to the Recorder of Deeds office rather than just the GIS mapping software office, and have it combined by deed, which will then be reflected on our tax parcel map, which is what I shared earlier.
Okay. Okay, I mean, I'll go to courthouse and see what we can do. I appreciate your consideration, and I'll go get that to the dean's office and see what I can do to get a copy to you all.
So we normally would meet the second Tuesday of the month of September, but because we have one board member missing and we've already established a quorum on your case, the best thing to do is to continue this to October 11, the second Tuesday in October, sir. Because I'm not sure we're going to have 5 board members or even 4 board members in September. So just
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if it would make sense just to continue it to the next hearing, to give him the option to continue again. If he's clearing us into September, into October, then he's locked. He doesn't have an option.
Yeah, you're right. And they would be automatically continued to the next month. You're right, Mr. Stiller. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to move you to September 13th, and hopefully we will meet that time, and we'll see you then after you've been to the deeds office.
Okay, now do I just submit that whatever I get from the deeds office to Mr. Clements, like I did with the affidavits?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Perfect. Board members, do I hear a motion to continue this to our September meeting, which is September 13th, I believe. Randy, is that right?
September 13th.
Okay, perfect. Do I hear Tom?
So move.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Grants. And second, please.
Second.
Thanks, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor of this motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Nay. The chairman votes with the motion, and we'll see you in the September meeting. So thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you for your time and for hearing my cause.
All right, let's jump back over to this other case before our lunch break at 12:15. Docket number 15 with a address, or a case number 111 with an address of 7156 Nyabar Road. Would the applicant please raise their hand?
And I'm on the phone with them as well, so hopefully we can get this heard.
Okay, thank you.
And Jared, let me know when they've been promoted.
I see them in the list. Their hand isn't raised, but I will promote them to panelist.
Also, man. Okay. They're working on it.
Anybody remember if I swore Larissa in earlier today?
She did get sworn in.
She does or needs it?
You got sworn in.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, it says it's connecting.
There it is. I see.
Perfect.
Jose, can you turn on your camera, please?
Oh, that's too bad. They can't hear the meeting.
It says that they're
It says it's
connecting to
connecting to
audio.
audio.
Oh, está.
Just for everyone's information, I believe Larissa's pulling double duty, also translating for the applicants as well. So that's why she keeps muting.
Oh, they had him and then we lost him.
Okay. Did they just disappear?
No, they were there and they went mute and now they're unmuted again. Jose, can you hear us?
Yes. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, sir. My name is Mark.
Okay.
My name is Mark Evans and I'm the chairman of the committee. You don't have a camera on, but I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today on your case?
Yes.
And could you state your name for the court reporter, please?
I'm
¿Cómo
sorry,
se
say
llama?
again.
¿Cómo se llama?
Jose Iborra.
Sí, gracias. Okay. Help me, Larissa. So we have 9 exhibits associated with their case. They are labeled 1 to 9 in their hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Second, I just want to verify that. Almost there. Yeah, 1 to 9. It's on page 5 of their administrative report. Is it okay that we admit those? Do you want to translate that for them, or can they hear me?
¿Entendieron eso? Necesitan una traducción. La última parte.
Sí, por favor, que está mi esposa aquí, quiere entender todo. Sí.
Está bien. Ya hay 9 documentos que son parte del reporte. ¿Está de acuerdo si lo revisamos hoy con esta aplicación?
Sí, está bien, que quede todo claro para nosotros. Bien.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Jose. Gracias.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Larissa, would you like to tell us about this case today? Thank you.
All right.
Are you going to do Espanol and English?
I'll do English, but I'll answer questions. I've talked this through with them prior to this.
Perfect.
Okay. And can you see my screen? No, you can't. All right. Sure.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Larissa, thank you.
I got it. All right. So, hang on. So this is docket item number 15, application BZA 2022-001, located at 7156 Nyabar Road. It's a request for approval of a 15-foot variance to the 18-foot required setback. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, well, nope. Excuse me. I got it. There it is. Clicked on the wrong screen. All right. The site area is located right there at along Nyabar Road. It is located right adjacent to 435. This section of Nyabar Road was affected when 435 went in. So this lot was actually rectangular before, and now it has this lot shape. So that's something to take into consideration. This is the site plan that was provided. This is the porch that was added to the house. It's currently located 3 feet from the lot line. Based on the width of the lot, 18-foot front yard setback is required. And since the porch is only 3 feet, they are asking for a 15-foot variance to the front setback requirement. There is no substantial change anticipated to the neighborhood, and the difficulty cannot be obviated by another method. And just as a reminder, this is the final, what I just mentioned. And that'll be the end of my staff report.
Thank you. So now I ask the applicant why we should grant their approval today.
Entonces, si tienen unas razones por qué deberían aprobar su proyecto, ahora es el tiempo para hacer eso.
Puedo decirlo en español o inglés.
En cualquiera. Y yo puedo traducir si elige español.
Ok, para ser más claro, sí, me sepa explicar mejor, pienso. Sí, lo hicimos así porque el agua de la lluvia se acumulaba en una esquina de la casa, del porche existente, y se estaba yendo de lado la pared existente y se había quebrado en un inicio cuando nos movimos. Por eso yo decidí arreglarla, hacerle nuevo footing para que quedara fuerte y extendí el porche para que el agua la pudiera cambiar de rumbo.
So the rainwater would accumulate on the side of the porch, and there was a portion of the wall, de la pared, ¿no? El muro.
Sí.
Okay, there was a portion of the wall that was starting to cave in, so he decided to put new footings down to help make it stronger and sturdier and to route the water away from where it was pooling up before. He had to extend the porch to where it is now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clemens, do we have anyone in the audience opposed or supporting this motion or this case?
No one in the audience is raising their hand.
Okay, thank you. Board members, have any questions for the applicant?
Yes, do we have any pictures overhead, anything to give us a sense of what's going on here?
I can pull it up if you just give me 1 second. I got a picture in an email a couple days ago. And it would be.
You might admit that as another exhibit.
Yep. And it's what was shown is for the proof of posting for the notice. And so I'll pull that up and then share my screen. Okay. Okay. So this is the, oh my.
We can
Sorry.
see it. We
You can see the
Yeah.
picture?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I clicked on something, so I got another notice or another presentation. So this is the extended porch. You can kind of see it right here along the front.
Okay,
I don't know if that was helpful.
that was.
That was very
Okay.
helpful.
Okay.
And what was the water issue?
The water kept pooling. O sea, el agua estaba acumulada aquí,
En la esquina,
en esta
Al
esquina donde está mi mouse.
por donde está la troca blanca, allí se acumulaba.
Okay. So it was accumulating over here in this area.
En
So
la
he
esquina,
put this, yeah,
en la
like
esquina de la
in this-
casa. Ujú.
right over here. And so with the footings, he pushed it out.
Por eso puse gutters y lo saqué con un ducto flexible hacia afuera de todo el driveway.
And then he also put something to route the water away from over here.
Okay. Yeah, I see that now. Okay, what's the status with permits?
He's waiting for the variance to get approved to then, he submitted one already. There is one attached to this variance case.
Can you stop sharing your screen, Miss?
Yep.
Thanks. Thank you.
So he's good to go once the variance is in place?
Yep, I believe so.
Okay, thanks.
Board members, any other questions? Well, lunchtime's coming. Any motions? Jose, la casa muy bonita or bonita.
Oh, gracias. Gracias. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, I would offer a motion in case number 111.
Perfect, Mr. Stiller.
That the board grant the variances requested in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
Perfect. Thank you. Do you have a second to that?
Second.
Perfect. Mr. Gorence, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The chair votes with the motion. Jose, your motion is passed. Good luck with your projects.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for everyone.
Sure. All right. With that, it's 12:15 and Mr. Stiller's got some work to do. So do we do a half hour or 45? I can't remember. What do you guys normally do? Isn't it like 30 minutes? Do you guys need more than that? Staff, with 30 minutes?
Half hour would be good with me.
Same.
If that's good with everyone else.
Okay, so 12:45. Lance, thank you for taking us off the record, and we'll come back in 45 minutes.
Off the record at 12:15 p.m.
I am now.
I'm finishing up an email. I'll be right there. Thanks. Okay. What'd you have for lunch, Randy? What's for lunch? Salad?
Leftovers. We're leaving for a trip tomorrow, so trying to get rid of everything out of the fridge.
That's great. Any place fun? I think you may have shared this with us.
We're going to New Jersey.
At the Jersey Shore.
Yes, my brother-in-law and his wife live out there, so we can go visit them.
Oh, that's great.
Be careful on the plane.
What's that?
Be careful on the plane. Wear your mask.
Oh, yeah. Yes. I already got warnings of severe storms in New York, how United flights are canceled. So we're hoping the storms go through. So when we fly out tomorrow, it's a non-issue.
That's no big deal. As long as it's, stays in the air and all.
That's right. Waiting for Tom Garentz. Jared and a few others. At the end of September, Randy, I'm on a 2-week cruise, so there's no way I could do the Zoom thing at the end of the month.
Where's your cruise?
Barcelona to Rome.
Nice. Is that
Yeah.
one of those river cruises, or is that
No,
is there
no,
a
it's
river
a-
that connects there? That's just across an
Yeah.
ocean.
Yeah, we've got 5 other couples with us, so it's going to be a fun party trip.
I would have no interest in such a thing. I have an aversion to pleasure.
No vacations for you.
I'll stay here and work because
Yeah.
not smart enough to do anything else.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. It's a working trip, Stellar. Come on.
Oh, right. I want to see what that looks like.
Your definition of a working trip is different than ours, since you're in the travel industry.
Yeah.
Okay. I see all my faces are lit up. Lance, do we want to go back on?
Absolutely. One moment, please.
Okay, sure.
We are now back on the record at 12:50 p.m.
Thank you. The Board of Zoning Adjustment continues its August 9th docket. And the next three cases are kind of together. So we're going to call them together. And that's docket number 18.1, 18.2, and 18.3. The case numbers are 101, 102, and 103 with an address of 1508 Kensington Avenue for the first one, 1510 Kensington on the second one, and 1514 Kensington on the third. Will the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted?
I have promoted Aaron March. Aaron Moore has also raised their hand, and I have asked them to be promoted, as well as a Jay Thomas.
Great, thank you. I've got to scroll on down here for a minute. Give me a second to get to those cases. Thank you. There they are.
I'm also promoting a Matt Cross.
Thank you. Almost. Sorry, I'm almost there. Thank you. Too far. Thank you for your patience, everyone. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to ask the speakers to raise their hand to be sworn in. And let's see, sorry, I see Mr. March, Mr. Moore, and Mr. Thomas. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Please say your name. Let's start with Matt Cross in the upper left-hand corner. Matt?
Matt Cross, I do.
Thank you. Pick a name.
Aaron Moore,
Yeah.
I do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Thomas?
Jay Thomas, I do.
Aaron, did I get you?
Mr. Chairman, Aaron March, I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Moore, I think I heard you say you did.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, sir. All right. All right, this is Larissa's case, I think.
Yep.
Yes, it is. Larissa did her first case, Mr. March, just 30 minutes ago. She's now on her second case and presentation. So let's all have a little bit of patience, although she did great the last time out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Larissa. Thank you. Oh, and wait, I'm sorry, Larissa, before you do that, come on back on screen if you don't mind. Gentlemen, a couple things. I need to ask you if it's okay for me to admit the exhibits associated with your case. They're labeled 1 to 9, and they're part we need to hear your case today. Do you have any objection?
Mr. Chairman, Aaron March on behalf of the applicant, we have no objection. And just a point of clarification, even though I think these have been consolidated for purposes of the staff report, we have 3 individual cases. So we have no objection to the exhibits being presented in all three of those cases.
And we'll hear each case individually, Mr. March, and thank you for that. The other point that you need to hear today, we normally have 5 board members, would allow a dissenting vote, and your case still goes on. Today, we only have 4, and so any dissenting vote will cause your case to fail. Do you want to move this case to a later time or continue?
We'd like to proceed, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. All right. Ms. Larissa,
All right.
it's up to you. Thank you.
So as was stated before, and can you all see my screen? Okay.
Yes.
This is for docket items 18.1, 18.2, and 18.3. This is the site area for these applications. And just so you know, it's the top lot, second lot, and then we jump down to the 4th lot for each docket item. So for 1508 Kensington Avenue, it's located in an R-2.5 district and is located on a vacant lot. It's required to have a 40-foot wide lot. They're asking for a 16.1 foot variance. There's no substantial change anticipated in the character of the neighborhood. Many of the nearby homes are built on lots with a similar width, and the difficulty cannot be obviated by anything other than a variance. And here's the site plan that was provided for you to review. Moving on to 18.2, which is 1510 Kensington. Again, they were required to have a 40-foot lot width. They're asking for a 7.4-foot variance. No substantial changes anticipated, and the difficulty cannot be obviated by another method. And here is that second lot for 1510 Kensington. And then finally for 1514 Kensington, they're in the same district. So they are asking for a 4.87-foot variance. Again, a substantial change is not anticipated, and the difficulty cannot be obviated by another feasible method. And here is that third lot. And that'll be the end of my staff report. And I can leave this up for just a couple minutes just so you can see the deviations that are requested for them, or I can stop sharing my screen.
I'd appreciate you if you'd stop sharing. I think we're good on those lot with deviations. Thank you, Larissa.
Okay. Yep.
Mr. March, tell us why this board should grant your application, and do you want to look at each case individually, sir?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Aaron March with the Rouse Fritz White Goss Law Firm here today on behalf of the applicant. I do have a very brief presentation for each of these three cases and then the subsequent 7 that follow, which are similar in character. Whatever your pleasure is, I can run through my presentation on all 3 of those. Yes. And then we can take questions on them, or we can take them one at a time.
I'd say go ahead and do all 3. They're very similar. At least it looks very similar to me, unless my board members object.
So if you would, I'll be sharing my screen if you'll allow me.
Please. If there's any new exhibits, Mr. March, I need to exhibit those. I need to admit those, by the way. So yes, your PowerPoint needs to be admitted, and it is, and please send a copy to Larissa once you're done. Thank you, sir.
Will do, Mr. Chairman. Again, we are here, and I am hopeful that you can see my screen with the PowerPoint on it. Thank you.
You can.
Larissa, if I say something that the board members don't understand, I would appreciate you translating for me as well as you did in the previous case.
I'll try.
This is agenda item 18.1, 1508 Kensington. This is a picture of the existing property. It's an old historic lot in Kansas City, Missouri. In fact, it was a lot that was established by the plat of Kensington in 1886. When it was platted legally and lawfully, and it had a lot width of 23.9 feet. So there was at one time a single family home on this property. Because of these types of properties being so narrow and platted, we simply need to get a variance to allow what was created in 1886 to remain as a lawful lot. It was approved with a width of 23.9. A current legal lot has to have a lot width of 40 feet. Hence the variance request for 16.1 feet. Our request for a variance is founded and supported in city ordinance. There is ordinance 88-820-01B, which is, if you will, a grandfather clause for these older created narrow lots. If you had a lot that was in existence at the time of the passage of the original zoning ordinance in Kansas City in 1923, if it contains less than the area required, which we do, we in fact can't build a single family house on it today. So we're asking you to simply implement the goals of section 88-820-01 by granting this lot width variance. This is a view of the lot today, overgrown and a site of dumping. And this is what we hope will be built and what we would like to build, and we'll start building, assuming the variances are created. That concludes our presentation on this case, Mr. Chairman. If you have any questions about the single family house that we're proposing to build. Jay Thomas with Integra Build, the developer on behalf of our client, is on, as well as our engineer Aaron Moore and Matt Cross with Caw Valley. That concludes my presentation on case 18.1. Thank you.
All right. Board members, do you think we should hear 18.2 and 18.3, then go back and address each one? Is that okay with you guys, as long as Aaron's on a roll here?
Yeah.
I did have a quick question on this one, if I may.
I'm good. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was looking, I think I'm looking at the survey. I'm having a hard time connecting the variances to the surveys in the staff report. So I'm looking at the one, it looks, if I'm reading it, it looks like the lot's 57.09 feet wide. And that's not the same as what I'm hearing. And I don't think it's the same as what you showed.
Yeah, the platted lot of 1508 Kensington is as measured by our surveyor and confirmed by the plat is 23.9 feet wide.
And I look at the survey and I'm not seeing the 23 feet. And I'm wondering, why do I not find that? Does anybody else see in the staff report?
Yeah, I see it at the very top, it says 57.09 wide. Is that what you're seeing, Mr. Stiller?
Yeah. Are these not the right surveys we should be looking at?
I think what we found when we originally had the survey information was that there was a scale issue, and because of the discrepancy in the scale and the actual historical plat, there may have been an initial error, and in fact staff corrected some of those errors, but the information in front of you that I presented to you with the 23.9 foot platted lot and the need for a 16.1 foot width variance is correct.
Okay, so that's what we want to go with. So we kind of want to put aside the 3 surveys in the staff report in lieu of the new exhibits that you're presenting.
Yes, I think if you go with the exhibits that I will be presenting in each case, calling out the dimensions, they are accurate. The substance of the request is correct. In some cases, we may be off by 1/10 of a foot. In some cases, we may be off a little bit more, but I will point those out with each request.
Well, that's sort of within the tolerance of a survey to begin with, so not worried with that so much. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
So as I understand, Mr. Chairman, you want me to hit the next 2 cases as well?
Yes, and then we'll open up questions on each one as they go through. Thanks again.
Agenda item 18.2 is 1510 Kensington. This is a picture of 15.10 Kensington. There's an old house on there that we intend to take down and construct a similar house as the one you saw previously. Again, the plat of Kensington, which established this lot, was approved in 1886, and it was platted with a width of 32.6 feet. When it was platted with a width of 32.6 feet, it was legal and lawful, but today the requirement is 40 feet. On all of these, you'll see a red line. The red line is the dimension as properly measured by Valley of 32.6. The required width simply can't be met. It would extend on to the next lot. So our variance request in this case, 18.2, is 7.4 feet. The same city ordinance is in effect, which allows for us to build on lots that were platted before 1923. This is the image of what is there today, and that's the house that we want to build. Moving, again, we are requesting a 7.4 foot lot variance. Moving on to
I have a question. Can I have on that one real quick? So you said you're tearing down that existing house?
Yeah, I'm sorry. This house is staying. It's the lot that's next
Okay.
door. I
Okay.
misspoke. Yeah. It's a
All right,
lot
thank you.
that's next door to it. Agenda item 18.3 at 1514 Kensington. This is a view of the narrow lot at 1514 Kensington. Again, this lot was approved in 1886 with the plat of Kensington. It was platted with a lot width of 35.13 feet. Again, the current required lot width minimum is 40 feet. Hence, we need a variance of 4.87 feet. The same grandfather clause of ordinance 88-820-01B applies. And this is the house we'd like to build if we are granted the 4.87 foot lot width variance. Mr. Chairman, I think that concludes my presentation on the first three cases.
Perfect. Ms. Baxter, Sarah, are you online? I've got a question. So these Caw Valley engineering reports that are part of the package that was sent to us, they're totally wrong. So do we get rid of those? Do I say they're gone, and then we take the new ones that Mr. March has just shown? Thank you.
You can just go ahead and I think Mr. March's PowerPoint was number 10, and you can just add the new exhibits as well. And yeah, that'll do it.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll have the transcript saying, which are correct. So
thank you. Do we have anyone in the audience, Jared, who's either for or against this proposal? I don't see anyone. There he is. He's coming on.
There's no one in the attendees list raising their hand currently.
Thank you. Board members, questions for the applicant? And yeah.
Have you gotten a good kind of feedback or support from the surrounding neighbors for these projects?
They want to know what's taking us so long and when can we get started?
Fair enough.
Does Mr. Thomas or any of your other attendees wish to speak on your proposals today?
Only if there's specific questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. I like how you dug up all the old plot plans for Kensington Street back in the 1800s, 1900s. All right. Board members will have to take a motion on each case. Seeing no other questions or comments, or if you have any other questions, please ask them of the people now. Thank you. All right. Anybody?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms.
Case number 101. I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the exhibit, I guess, presented by Mr. March for the dimensions, or I don't know how we want to.
Exhibit 10, yes. I have a motion.
Yeah, that was good. That works.
Okay.
Motion by Ms. Mixdorf. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorentz. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Opposed? The chair votes with the motion. This passes. And now, next in case number 102. Questions or motions?
I'll make a motion.
Good.
In case number 102, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the evidence presented by Mr. March.
Thank you. Site plan and staff report along with exhibit 10. Do I have a second to that one?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with the motion. It passes. Thank you. And next is case number 103.
In case 103, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with staff report and site plan with the amendments provided by Mr. March.
Perfect. Second to that one.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the chair votes with the motion. This matter is approved.
Thank
Good.
you.
Next is a series of 3, looks like, or is it 4?
It's 3.
Okay, 3, thank you. So I'm going to call docket number 19.1, 19.2, and 19.3 with case numbers 104, 109, and 110 with an address of 2509 Chestnut Avenue, 2523 Chestnut Avenue, and 2531 Chestnut Avenue. Mr. March, you're reminded that you're sworn in along with your staff people. Anyone else out there for you?
No, Mr. Chairman, same song, different dance.
Okay. Before you start, same items appear. We have a list of administrative exhibits with each case. And I believe they're 1 to 9. I'm almost there. They are. Do you have any problem with us admitting those on each case?
No objection to them being admitted in all 3 cases.
And same thing I told you a moment ago about we only have 4 board members here today. You must
We'd like to proceed.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Clemens, I think this is yours. Yes.
This is mine. Can you see my my PowerPoint
Yes,
presentation?
it's perfect. Yes, sir.
Great. All right. Well, something changed between the 2 presentations I made, so it looks different. So sorry if it gets clunky. Anyways, before us, we have docket items number 19.1, 19.2, and 19.3. These are case numbers 104, 109, and 110. They're located on Chestnut Avenue between 25th and 26th Street. The zoning district for all 3 lots is R-2.5. Applicant in these cases is seeking approval of variances to the minimum lot width requirements as well as the front setback requirements on one of them. Looks like it got cut off there somehow. So this is in the heart of the city area plan, near where all the other variances being requested by the applicant team today are being sought. So these are the Chestnut Avenue sites. 19.1 is the most north, 19.2 is in the middle, and 19.3 is to the south there. We're going to start with 19.1's variances. That's variance A and B. So 19.1 at 2509 Chestnut Avenue is seeking a 15-foot variance to the lot width requirement of 40 feet for a 25-foot lot width. Substantial change is not anticipated as many of the nearby homes are built on lots of a similar width from that historical plat as mentioned. The difficulty could not be obviated by another feasible method. The next variance is for the same property. It's a front setback variance. It's a 5 feet variance. Substantial change is not anticipated as many of the nearby homes are built at a similar setback. The difficulty could only be obviated by a change in design. So those are the 2 variances being sought at 2509 Chestnut. That's 19.1. 19.2 is seeking 1 variance, variance C. That is an 8-foot lot width variance. It's a 40-foot requirement again. 32 feet is what is proposed as the existing lot width. The difficulty could not be obviated by another feasible method. Many of the nearby homes are a similar width. And then 19.3 is also a lot width variance. This is for 2531 Chestnut Avenue. It's a 9-foot variance. Once again, it could not be obviated by another feasible method, and many of the homes in the area have a lot of a similar width. With that, I will conclude
Thank you, Mr. Clemens. Mr. March, why should we approve your case today?
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to share my screen and I will explain to you why these variances should be approved. In agenda item 19.1, 25.
Just for a second, Mr. March, I want to admit this exhibit, which will be number 10, and please send it off to Jared when you're done. Thanks again.
Will do. Thank you. In the case of agenda item 19.1, 2509 Chestnut, this is the lot in question, this vacant lot. It's currently vacant. It was platted by the plat of Prospect Park, approved in 1886, and it was a legal lot when it was platted at that time. It was platted with a lot width of 25 feet. Changes in the city codes and ordinances now require that lots have a minimum width of 40 feet, hence our request for a 15-foot lot width variance on this property. The staff report does mention the need for an additional 5-foot variance for setback, but that is no longer needed because of information or corrections we've found regarding the scale of the property. So we do not need the 5-foot front yard setback. We simply need the lot width variance on 2509 Chestnut. The grandfather clause that I referenced previously in 88-820-01 allows for the lot width that was platted legally to serve as the lot width as long as we're building single family home, which we are. And that is the type and character of a detached single family home we'd like to build on 2509 Chestnut. We ask your approval of a 15-foot wide lot width variance in case 19.1. Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming you'd like me to continue on with the next one as well?
Please do. Thank you, Mr. March.
This would be Exhibit 10 for agenda item 19.2, our PowerPoint presentation 2523. We'd ask that it be admitted.
It will be admitted. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a view of 2523 vacant lot, 2523 Chestnut Avenue. It was again established by the plat of Prospect Park, approved in 1886. When it was platted, it was legally platted with a lot width of 32 feet, legal at the time, but no longer compliant with current city code, which requires a 40-foot lot width. Hence our request for an 8-foot variance in this case. The same grandfather clause ordinance is applicable. And rather than have this vacant lot, we would like to build this home if you approve an 8-foot lot width variance at 2523 Chestnut, case 19.2. In the case of 19.3, we have our PowerPoint presentation, Mr. Chairman, exhibit number 10. I'd like to offer that into the record.
Thank you. It is admitted, exhibit 10. Thank you.
This is on 2531 Chestnut. This is a view of the vacant lot at 2531 Chestnut. It was also established by the plat of Prospect Park in 1886, legally established with a platted lot width of 31 feet. However, as you've heard me say, the current minimum required width for platted lots is 40 feet. So our request today for the 9-foot lot width variance on 2531 Chestnut. The same grandfather clause would allow for us to build a detached single family home under the existing platted lot. We are asking for the variance to allow us to build this house on that lot with a 9-foot wide lot width variance. That concludes our presentations, Mr. Chairman, in matters 19.1, 19.2, 19.3. I and the members of our team, Mr. Jay Thomas with IntegraBuild, the developer of the homes, and Aaron Moore and Matt Cross with Caw Valley are here to answer any questions which you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. board members? And by the way, Mr. Clemens, do we have anyone in the audience either for or against this one? No raised hands.
Looks like we have a Robin Humphrey from the audience with a raised hand.
Okay,
Vote them to panelist here.
thank you. Hello, Robin Humphrey. I don't,
Good
do you
morning.
have a camera, or it's okay if you don't, just a.
Let's see if it'll work. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there you go. Perfect. Ms. Humphrey, I need to swear you in first. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And could you state your name for the court report?
Robin Humphrey.
Thank you. And what interests you today? What questions can we address?
Okay, I'm actually a resident of Washington Wheatley. And as far as I know, there hasn't been any community engagement in regards to the plans for these houses, which I love the idea that you guys are bringing single family homes to the neighborhood. I'm just not aware of any community engagement. And there's also been some other neighbors that live in that particular area who have voiced some concerns as well. So are there any intentions of coming to a neighborhood association meeting and speaking with the residents?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. Our hope was to get through the approval process on the variance, and before we started construction, knowing that we had the ability to proceed, we would definitely meet with Ms. Humphreys and the Watkins Wheatley Neighborhood Association. I believe Mr. Thomas with IntegraBuild has had some conversations with individuals in the neighborhood, not yet the entire neighborhood association, and he can speak to that if you'd like to hear from him. But it is absolutely our intent to engage with the community because we have plans to do many of these types of homes within the city.
Okay, and it's actually Washington Wheatley.
I'm sorry, Washington Wheatley.
Mr. Thomas, would you like to respond? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Sir Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Humphrey, for your question. I have engaged with a number of the people directly one-on-one on Chestnut specifically, not in a formal way with regard to an association, but having spoken with several of the neighbors on Chestnut, they were very excited about our project and the possibility of new homes coming into the neighborhood.
Ms. Humphrey, do you want to comment on that? You're muted.
Well, I guess my other question is, did you guys get anything in writing or is just having conversation?
Jay, why don't you respond?
Sure. Yeah, again, we haven't done anything in a formal fashion with regard to the homeowners association or meeting with anyone or presenting anything in writing yet. As Mr. March alluded to, we wanted to get the approvals on the variances before we proceeded in a formal fashion.
Okay, and then my other.
Okay, let me have a quick comment to Mr. March, then I'll have you come back in, Ms. Humphrey. Mr. March, normally there's community involvement before you bring these cases to us. We see it all the time with community meetings and things like that. Why was that not done here?
Mr. Chairman, it was simply my understanding that there had been one-on-one conversations with the immediately impacted property owners on Chestnut, and they supported this, so we left it at that and didn't proceed beyond that.
Okay. Sometimes the groups go to the home association meetings and things like that. All right, Ms. Humphrey, you got another comment.
My other question, you are building single family homes. Are they to be rental properties or are these going to be homes that will be sold to homeowners?
The ultimate goal is for these to be owner occupied.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, comment to Ms. Humphrey's point. I mean, I'm very excited that somebody has a recipe to do these, to infill on these small lots. It's been something that's been tried for years and years and years. And I'm glad to see that they've got something sorted out that'll work. In light of the fact that, you know, you want to do this in other areas and continue on, it would make a lot of sense to me as one board member to do the community engagement in advance of these things and So one of the things about it is, once this variance is granted, the homeowner association of the neighbors basically have no more voice. The decisions are made, all that's left is a building permit, and their input really doesn't have much weight beyond an opinion. In advance of a variance, their opinions have significantly more influence.
Mr. March, your comment?
Point well made, Mr. Chairman. What we have here is, yes, we probably should have gone out to the neighborhood association in advance, reliant on the community outreach that already been done by Integra Build. Maybe wasn't the smartest thing to do, but these really aren't variances. This is really simply codifying the code provision that allows us to build single family houses on those lots today. That grandfather clause doesn't require a lot with variance. We don't need any side yard or front yard setback. So we're simply asking that you codify the provisions of the grandfather ordinance. That will not keep us from immediately setting up meetings with Washington Wheatley and every other neighborhood group that we will be bringing these developments to in the future before we come back to you in the future.
Thank you. Ms. Baxter, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I just want to, since we're discussing whether a variance is needed, I wanted to remind you all of a provision in the code, which I believe is why Mr. March is here, that you considered in a case a couple years ago where non-conforming lots that are owned by the same person are considered consolidated for the purposes of building a single family home, right? And that provision doesn't allow a lot that's consolidated. You can do a lot split, but you can only do that if the lot is at least 30 feet wide. So I believe that's why they're here asking for the variances. I just wanted to make sure you all remembered that, since I don't want you to be under the impression that he could go ahead and get a permit today. That would not be allowed, in my opinion, without the variance.
Thank you.
I recall that case, and that was a difficult case, if I recall.
Yeah, I recall it.
Yeah. Well, to that end, Mr. March, would you have, again, in the context of going to do this in the future, so you'll be back, I would assume, over and over with this, taking a moment and engaging with the neighborhood association, and maybe something a little bit more formal for the surrounding homeowners?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have to defer to my client, Mr. Thomas, on this, and ask him if we could take a continuance. I know you don't have might not have a quorum in September. On the chance that you would, assuming Mr. Thomas is agreeable to the continuance, we would ask that you continue us to September, and then if you don't have the quorum, we'd be automatically continued to October.
Understood. That makes sense.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes, Integra Build KC would be agreeable to a continuance in light of this conversation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I really can't imagine that everywhere you go, you're not going to be welcomed with open arms.
Yeah. The housing looks great, but again, it's that community involvement that Ms. Humphrey brought up that I think that's important to everybody. So, Ms. Humphrey, thank you so much for testifying today. Do you have any other questions before we go to go ahead?
I do not. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. Board members, I think we've heard any other comments from Mr. March, Mr. Thomas, anyone else here today? Mr. Cross, anybody? Okay, so board members, I'd entertain a motion to move this to September, and we'll just see what happens then. And if not, it'll be automatically continued to October. And I need a motion in each case, please. Thank you.
So moved for case 19.1.
Okay, which is case number 104, right? Docket number 19.1, 104.
Yes.
Thank you. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor of moving this to the September 13th docket 2022, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The chair votes with the motion. This is continued to September 13th. And in case number 109, do I have a motion?
Motion to continue to the September hearing.
Perfect. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor of moving with no fee, docket number, or excuse me, case number 109 to the September 13th docket, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes with the motion, and this is continued to September 13th. And finally, in docket number 19.3, case number 110, do I have a motion on this?
Move to continue to the September hearing, no fee.
Perfect. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. All those in favor to move this to September 13, 2022 with no fee, please say aye.
Aye.
Good. And opposed, same sign. Chair votes with the motion. This is continued to the September docket. Thank you, Mr. March. And then we have more with you, it looks like.
Yes, more of the same, yes.
Okay. So I'm calling the next four items, which is docket number 20.1, 20.2, 20.3, and 20.4. Case numbers 105, 106, 107, and 108 with addresses of 2422 Chestnut Avenue, 2426 Chestnut Avenue, 2432 Chestnut Avenue, and 2434 Chestnut Avenue. Mr. March, do you have any objection to us submitting those items?
Mr. Chairman, before we do that, I'm wondering, in light of the continuances in the previous cases, we just don't simply continue these as well before we start the hearings and establish a quorum, and then maybe we'll be able to act on these in September.
Perfect.
Two things. I have an additional exhibit to add from a neighbor, a letter. So I'm not sure if I should do that at this time or wait and just add it as if it were a part of the staff report for the next hearing. I also want to note there are multiple members of the public who had interest in this case. So I don't know if they need to be promoted before we do the continuance.
I think Najma, if we start hearing testimony, and I appreciate all the neighbors showing up today, but I think it's best that we continue the case and have everyone show up at one time, because otherwise we start establishing a quorum. So okay. I think, Ms. Baxter, do you agree?
Yes, that's correct. I think if somebody wanted to speak to the continuance, that would be fine, but
that's what I mean.
Let's get into the minutes.
Right.
If it's good. Yep.
So if any of the public wants to speak to us moving this case 1 month later, please raise your hand, but that's what you're talking about, is doing the continuance. You'd be objecting to us moving this from today to the future. Does anyone still want to raise their hand?
We have one raised hand in the audience. Let me promote them to a panelist. Looks like this is a Bertha Jackson.
All right. I don't see her yet.
She goes.
Ms. Baxter, do I swear her in?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Jackson, I see you're coming on, but do you have a camera? If you do, please turn it on. And if you have a microphone, I see you're muted. There you are. Unmute. I'm going to ask you to take the oath. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in front of this board today on this hearing?
Yes, I do. And I'm Bertha Jackson.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. So you're speaking to the continuance today to next
I
month.
just want to clarify that it will be on September 13th. I just wanted the clarification, that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. So right now, it's scheduled to be September 13th. One of our board members will not be here. So unless Mayor Quentin Lucas appoints 2 new members, it's going to be on the docket for September 13th, but there is a possibility it will be moved to the October 11 docket if we don't have enough members.
And we will receive a letter, correct?
I've got to let other people know
I
that.
have received a letter last time. That's how I knew about the Board of Zoning Adjustment hearing. So will
Right.
they be sending us out a letter for the hearing?
Their obligation, we send the letter actually as the city. Sorry, Mr. Evans, I didn't ask permission to speak, but we send the letter as the city to notify you of the case. Once it's heard by the board, we don't re-notify it unless it's continued off docket. So I would plan on attending in October. As of right now, there's been no appointments made by the mayor. So I would also probably keep an eye on our website. We'll update it and say whether or not the board is meeting in September as well. So
Mr. Clemens, you probably give what, a 3 to 5 day notice on that? So it'd be, when would they know? When would
for the September hearing?
Yes.
We'll probably know in the next few weeks because the legal advertisement, the letter she was talking about for the September cases will have to be sent out, and we won't do that if we're not going to have a meeting. So that'll probably be sooner rather than later, and it'll be available all the way up to the September hearing.
Perfect.
So she can look to, and any member of the public interested can look to the BZA website to see if it will be held or not.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Jackson,
you.
for your testimony.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, board members, on this continuance, we do each case individually. And the first one is case number 105. Ms. Mixtor, I see you.
Oh, I don't know if you're gonna say your normal statement. I just need to say so moved or do the whole thing.
Yeah.
I guess I move we continue this case without fee to the next hearing for
Yes,
case
September
number
13.
105.
Thank you. Do you have a second to that?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Chair votes with the motion. This is continued to the September 13th docket. And case number 106, motion please. Maybe I'll just,
Yeah, you can do your thing, Mark.
Okay, thank you. So in case number 106, do I hear a motion to move this to the September 13th docket?
So
With no-
moved.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Stiller. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Chair votes with the motion. This is moved to September 13th with no fee. And docket number 107. Do I have a motion to continue this to the September 13th docket with no fee?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, same sign. The chair votes with the motion. This is continued to the September 13th docket. And finally, in case number 108, do I have a motion to continue this to the September 13th docket with no fee?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. Second? Somebody?
Second.
Thanks, Tom, or Mr. Gorens. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 And opposed, same sign. The chair votes with the motion. This is continued to the September 13th docket. Thank you, Mr. March, Mr. Thomas, and everyone else. Thank you. Good. All right. We're jumping now to almost to the end of our docket. We're at case docket number 22, case number 96 with an address of 4201 East 100th Terrace. Will the applicant please raise their hand?
I am promoting Mr. Randall Crawford. And as I do so, I was just going to make note that the applicant for the final case of the day has reached out to me and let me know that they want board members for their case. So we'll be continuing that. So expect this to be the last case of the day.
Okay. Okay. Where's Mr. Crawford?
Looks like he's still muted with his camera off. Mr.
Oh, there I
Crawford.
see. Yeah, Mr. Crawford, could you turn on your camera and unmute your microphone? There you go. You're unmuted.
I have unmuted, but I hold on here.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. There we go.
Thank you. I'd like to administer the oath to you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter today?
I do. My name is Randall Crawford.
Thank you, sir. We have a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case. And I'm not quite there yet. They're usually labeled 1 to 9. And I'm almost there.
And there should be actually 10 on this one, Mr. Ebbets. And I wanted to make note of a typo I made. I wrote CLN when it should be CBZ, just wrong acronym. It's
Okay.
a CBZ file.
All right. And do you have any problem with us administering those exhibits, Mr. Crawford, to your case today?
No, Mr. Chairman, I do not.
Thank you. Jared, this is yours. And oh, wait, before I say that, we only have 4 board members here today, Mr. Crawford. That means you must get unanimous approval from all 4 of us. Normally we have 5, so you can get 1 dissenting vote and your motion will still pass. If anyone disagrees with you today, your motion will fail. You have the option of continuing your case till there's 5 board members or going forward.
No, I would like to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Mr. Clements, it looks like this is a request for rehearing.
Does it say rehearing? It should just be appeal.
Oh, yes, you're right. I'm sorry. Yes, a request for rehearing regarding a previously dismissed appeal.
That's actually docket item number 23. We're looking at docket 22.
You're exactly right. My fault. I apologize.
No problem. And just, yeah, that other case is the one that's going to be.
Yeah, that's the one that's going to be moved. Okay, thank you. All right, we're still back to Jared. Would you please tell us about this case today, sir? Thank you.
Absolutely. So this is docket item number 22, case number CD-BZA 2022-00096, located at 4201 East 100th Terrace, zoning district R-7.5. The applicant in this case is seeking to appeal staff's determination that an indoor hemp growing operation is not an allowed use in the zoning district of the subject site. This is the location of the subject site. It's in the Red Bridge area plan. More specifically, it's on East 100th Terrace. Please note the layout of the subject site in relation to the property to the south here. It's somewhat important in describing the site's history. So this is a view of the subject site from Scott Road facing south. So on the right there, that's that home that was visible to the south above, and the subject site is on the left there, the white building. So this area is zoned R-7.5. These properties were originally developed together as part of a conditional use permit to allow for special needs adults to live at the property in the group home to the south and to work in the building on this property, both of which used to be a single parcel. At some point, the conditional use permit was abandoned and the property was split, and the building has been vacant for some time to staff's knowledge. So quick note on the review criteria for an appeal before we get into the details. An appeal may be sustained only if the board finds that the administrative official erred. I'm going to go on to the decision now. So zoning, this is a image of the zoning clearance letter that was issued. Zoning clearance letters are issued by our permits division, oftentimes in conjunction with development management, to describe to applicants if the use they are proposing is allowed in the zoning district, generally for the purposes of a business license. Just for background for the board, I don't think we have many of these being appealed that often. So the letter for this case that's being appealed was issued on June 22nd, 2022, related to the indoor growing of hemp by tissue culture at the subject site. Staff found that such a use, which they determined to be limited manufacturing, is not an approved use in zoning district R-7.5. So when making determination of use, staff is granted authority to determine the most similar and appropriate use category when a specific use cannot be readily classified. This use, which is the indoor cultivation of hemp shoots in an agar substrate, from what I understand, does not fit within our use categories readily. Our crop agricultural definition is defined as the use of land for the production of row crops, field crops, tree crops, also including marijuana cultivation. Staff determined that this implies outdoor agriculture would not include the use as proposed. Instead, staff determined that limited manufacturing was the most appropriate and similar use based on the operational characteristics associated. Limited manufacturing defines typical uses as food manufacturing, component manufacturing, etc., including medical marijuana infused products manufacturing facilities. I'll conclude my presentation there and be ready for any questions you might have to staff.
Evitz, you're muted.
Sorry, does anyone have any questions of staff before we ask Mr. Crawford why we should hear what he has to say? And also, I think Mr. Our inspector, is he still around? Is he still in line? Jared?
I don't believe he is, but this actually doesn't have to do with his division. Yep, it's permits division and development management.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead and hear from Mr. Crawford. Mr. Crawford, why should we grant this request?
Yes, hey, thank you for giving me the opportunity. And I also want to thank the staff, the planning staff particularly. This isn't an arena that I am frequently in. I think I've been in it one other time several years ago. So I had some really good assistance from the planning staff and a lot of hand-holding walking me through this to make sure everything was filed properly. I just want to let everybody know I do appreciate that. I think we're here today because the staff isn't comfortable concluding that my client's proposed use with tissue culture, growing of hemp from tissue culture, meets the definition of agriculture as defined by the code and one in concurrence from you. And I want to give you a little bit, I think to some degree, we might be putting form over substance, a little bit of recent history in Missouri about the cannabis plant. In 2018, the Congress enacted the Agricultural Improvement Act of 2018, which made the growing of hemp lawful in all 50 states. Medicinal marijuana, the legal use of marijuana for medicinal purposes, was approved by a constitutional amendment in 2018 in Missouri. So as of 2018, the cannabis plant has been legal in Missouri. When the KC Code section 88-80506 was amended to include the cultivation of medical, was amended to include the approval of cultivation of medical marijuana facilities, then I think that had we have known then what we know now, I think it's likely that the code might well have included the growing of hemp as well. But it's a new product to the state of Missouri, and we're still catching up with the times. The only difference between the two plants, as you may know, is just the difference in THC content in the plant. Hemp is a very, very low THC content. The staff's concern is based on the fact that we intend to grow hemp from tissue culture from another plant, as opposed to each plant being grown from a germinated seed. And it's also good to know that the growing of both plants, both marijuana and hemp, is identical in the methods that they are grown. The reason that we are wanting to do this from tissue culture is that by doing it this way, we, as opposed to a seed, we actually take a very thin slice of the tissue from the plant and then transplant that and grow it out to a plant about 6 inches tall. By doing this, we are then guaranteeing the genetics of the plant. Whereas if you do clippings off a plant or do seeds, there's no guarantee of the genetics. You have a good plant for a while, and eventually the genetics fades and you've lost the good plant that you had. We can stop that from happening forever with tissue culture. It gives the farmer then the ability to have a consistent plant year after year after year. we'll grow that plant out to about 6 inches and then sell it to the farmer that will grow it to maturity. It'll be grown in a medium similar to soil. And as with any other plant, you need water and sunlight and water and light, and we'll be providing that. I'd ask you to think of our proposed operation also as a greenhouse using cuttings from parent plants to grow more plants. I mean, and we're sort of doing that because we're taking part of the plant, but now they just tissue culture into the entire cutting. And surely the city would consider a greenhouse use to be an agricultural use. Our impact on the surrounding neighborhood will be much less than it was as a school. All activity will be inside the building. There won't be any noise pollution, any water runoff, any odor pollution at all emitted from the building. And the traffic that's being used on the building as a result of it, or being used on the street approaching the building, will be substantially less than it was with school buses servicing the school for children. In looking at code sections 88.312.01 and 88.805.06, both pertaining to agriculture use of the property, 88.805-806 specifically allows for a medical marijuana cultivation facility. We are doing the same thing with a cannabis plant. And I believe that I might have heard previously that the medical marijuana facility was deemed to be an outdoor activity. I don't think that was the case in this situation, that the medical marijuana is typically grown indoors and that building was to be used for that purpose. And indoor growing of medical marijuana is extremely common. If we were using this same method to grow medical marijuana, it would easily be approved by the code for this location. And by that, I think the only thing, if the difference is just the tissue culture, if we were growing tissue culture for medical marijuana, I think that's something that the city would approve under the code. Another basis for concluding that this is agricultural is that hemp is lawfully considered to be an agricultural crop under both federal law and state law. The Agriculture Improvement Act of 2018, otherwise known as the 2018 Farm Bill, authorized it federally, and then it's authorized by Missouri law as well. And in Missouri, it's regulated by the Missouri Department of Agriculture, and also at the federal level, it's regulated by the Federal Department of Agriculture. When it's regulated by two departments of agriculture, one federal and one state, if growing hemp is not agriculture, then I just don't really know what else that it could be. Additionally, another thing to look at is the North America Industry Classification Systems, the NAICS, also supports that this is agriculture. The growing of hemp undercover is designated as a use under category 111419. This is important because this falls under the general NAICS category, sector 11 agriculture, and more specifically under agriculture subsector 111, dealing with crop production, which describes it as being the growing of crops for food and fiber, and comprises established such as farms, greenhouses, and nurseries. Additionally, use category 111422 under the NAICS and also under subsector 111 pertaining to floriculture production classifies as agriculture the growing of plants in pots and cuttings farmings. Cuttings farmings being what I've alluded to a little bit earlier, cuttings taken from plants and then transplanted and grown out to a plant from that. In short, both federal and state law provide that the growing of hemp is agriculture. On top of that, the NAICS classes can state the same thing, that it is the growing of hemp undercover is agriculture by definition. And because of that, we believe that it should be granted, our use, tissue culture, should be granted at this location. If for some reason it's not considered agriculture because of the language of the code, which I think is being too narrow of a reading of that language, then this use is not otherwise covered, and as a result should be permitted under the section of the code that deals with uses not specifically covered based on the similarity of this use to agriculture as generally understood in state law. That's the reason we think that what we're doing is agriculture, and the reason that we're doing it by tissue culture should not be a distinction that keeps us from being considered to be an agricultural process. And I'm welcome to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. So, and let me quickly ask, do we have anyone in the audience who's raising hands on this case?
I'm going to promote a D Stone, which has, they probably need to say their
Doug
legal
Stone.
name.
Doug Stone.
Analyst, maybe. Doug Stone was on earlier, but his username was different, so maybe it's different D Stone. We'll see.
And again, I may not bring him up to speed yet, because I have a question of staff before I do that.
Okay.
Mr. Stone, can you turn on your camera?
If I could, I would have already.
Yeah,
Mr. Evans, how are you?
I'm doing fine, Mr. Stone. So before you come on, before you start, I've got a question of staff, then I'll swear you in, and we'll let other board members come online here. So staff, in this district, R7.5, if they were growing tomato plants inside here, would that be permitted?
I believe if it was, let's see, if they were growing indoors tomato plants, then it would. Then I don't believe it would be. Like I mentioned in my presentation, our code seems to imply that agricultural, by definition, is outdoor. So being inside of kind of a warehouse operation such as this one would then make it limited manufacturing.
Right. Which is not permitted in 7.5. Correct. All right. Mr. Stone, let me swear you in first. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And could you identify yourself to the court reporter?
Thank you. Yes, my name is Doug Stone. I'm an attorney at Lewis Rice Law Firm. For the record, I'm here today on behalf of the property owner. Mr. Crawford represents the prospective user who would be buying the property, but my client is the current owner. I simply wanted to add a couple of thoughts and maybe back clean up if that's okay. You know, again, I don't like to be in the position of disagreeing with staff. Staff does a good job and they mean well and all that. But frankly, it seems to me to be much too narrow a reading to suggest that because you're growing plants in a greenhouse, that's not agriculture. And I mean, you know, we ought to take a look around town and see what the zoning is on some of our larger retail users who are growing crops for sale, you know, plants for sale under a greenhouse roof. I think you'd find that those are zoned the same way that these are. Assuming even if that's not the case, then the question is, where does it fit? If greenhouse is not agriculture, how are all the greenhouses operating around the city? I guess I would want to leave you with this, with these thoughts. The state regulates this as agriculture. The federal government considers the growing of this crop to be agriculture. The NAICS codes clearly define the growing of, categorize the growing of hemp undercover as agriculture. And so the only difference here seems to be that if this were, these plants had more THC, they would fall under the definition of a medical marijuana cultivation facility and we'd be done. And while I know that Mr. Evans and I both wish these plants did have more THC, I think that the practical reality is that this is a distinction without meaning, and that we are opening ourselves up to slicing the language so tightly that we're going to have more and more cases where we have to look to, well, what is the most likely, the closest category? And so even if we're doing that, you're going to wind up back in the same place, which is if it's not agriculture, it smells like agriculture, looks like agriculture, walks like agriculture. And so it should be treated like agriculture, even if it doesn't meet the 18 words of the definition. And so I'd ask you to take a practical look at this request. It's the result of what I would consider to be too narrow a reading of the statute. But even with that narrow reading, you still wind up back in the same place by looking at all the other criteria that the code calls for if you don't fit nicely within a category. I'll be glad to answer any questions as well.
And if it was rezoned to something else, what would it be rezoned as, Mr. Clemens? If it was rezoned, that would permit this type of indoor growing operation.
We look to the code, the first zoning district that allows for what we would determine to be limited manufacturing would be a special use permit in B4, but if you want an outright allowed, I think it'd be M1, but let me scroll down to verify.
It sounds like M1.
M1.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
If this were manufacturing, really, that's the question. Is this manufacturing or is it agriculture, the growing of a crop?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry.
But you have to. It's your job.
Yeah. I have a problem in a 7.5 that we're allowing that type of operation. If it's an M1, I don't think we'd be here. And Mr. Stone, I'm not sure. Miss Otto who's retired from our board, was much more versed on the code on how to change things, but
you won't be able to rezone this, Mr. Chair. This would be, we've explored that route with staff. This would be considered spot zoning because of the R around it.
Right.
I hear what you're saying, but the truth is this is a less intensive use than had been allowed before.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would like to present to the board a move to go into closed session pursuant to section 610.021 parenthesis 1 close parenthesis.
Okay. I agree with that. Do I have a second to that one? And then I'll call roll call.
Second.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Mixdorf. I've got to call each roll. Mr. Barnes, aye, yes or no? Yes.
Aye.
Okay. Randy Mixdorf,
Aye.
Mr. Stiller,
Aye.
and Mr. Ebbets votes aye as well. We're going to close session. We'll see you on the other side, and I'm going to stop video and mute this for a minute. Thank you, guys. We'll be back when we're done.
And I assume we use the Teams link from earlier this morning?
That's correct. That's correct.
See if this works.
gonna meet you at the key tomorrow.
Okay, okay. I was just listening, that's all.
Okay.
And I'm ready to just go to a park and let the breezes
Hello. We're coming back.
Okay.
Lance, not quite yet. Give me a second.
Absolutely. Just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think. Okay. So Lance, let's go back on the record.
One moment, please.
Sure.
We are now back on the record at 2:40 p.m.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
Okay, so pursuant to section 610.021, parentheses 1 RSMO, we're coming out of closed session. I need everyone to say they agree with that. So let's start with Tom Gorns.
Yes.
Thank you. Randy Mixdorf
Yes.
and Tom Stiller.
Yes.
Thanks. And Evans votes yes to come out of closed session. We're now in open session. And so we've been having some discussions about this, as you can imagine. Mr. Crawford, it comes down to a lot of different things. I'm going to have each one of our board members kind of talk about it, but you know, is it agricultural? Is it manufacturing? There's just a lot of questions we kind of have, and we needed some legal advice to come out of this. So, Mr. Stiller, what's your comments on this?
Well, I guess I would ask to, via the zoning and development code, make a distinction between agriculture and light manufacturing from your standpoint.
Right.
Is that question to me?
Yes. Well, maybe a little bit to you and a little bit to the applicant, Jared. Thank you. Let's go with you first. What's your thoughts?
So your question was, does the zoning and development code treat light limited manufacturing and agriculture differently? Is that the question?
How does the zoning and development code define the two? How are they different?
Okay, give me 1 second. My PowerPoint here. So crop agriculture is defined as the use of land for production of row crops, field crops, tree crops, etc., including marijuana cultivation. Let's see, limited manufacturing, I'm gonna have to go to because it wasn't in my PowerPoint, is defined as manufacturing of finished parts or products primarily from previously prepared materials. Typical uses include medical marijuana infused products, manufacturing facilities, printing and related support activities, food manufacturing, product manufacturing, electrical equipment, etc. The end of it is that and other manufacturing and production establishments that typically have very few, if any, negative external impacts on surrounding properties. So that was limited manufacturing.
Understood. I was kind of under the impression there was more to the definition on the agriculture. Two paragraphs.
So
I think, Jared, you were reading from the definition in the 800 series. There's some use standards in the 300 series as well.
I can go to those as well. So the 300 series generally defines crop agriculture as an area of land managed and maintained by an individual or group of individuals to grow and harvest food crops and other horticultural products, including flower, trees, and bees and apiary products for off-site sale and locations where retail sales are an allowed use. Crop agriculture may be principal or accessory in use.
And then there's some additional standards for garden and farm related buildings. There's standards for those in that same section. About setback requirements and things like that.
Mr. Chair, may I say something?
Sure, Mr. Stone, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I guess I'm sitting here and I understand the analysis that you're going through. But I mean, let's not overthink this. It's a plant. You don't manufacture a plant. You grow a plant. These are plants that are, while there may be industry involved in the sense that there's technology and the like, there's technology in farming. Farmers use technology all the time. The fact that there's some efficiency that's created through technology doesn't make it manufacturing. And so you have to look at the product. This product that's being created is a living thing. It's not manufactured. It's grown. It's grown in a medium. While it's not dirt, it's the dirt dirt doesn't grow a plant. Nutrients grow plants.
Right.
So the fact that it might be in a pot that's filled with the nutrient as opposed to dirt doesn't mean you're not growing a plant. And so it's, you know, it's easy for us to get caught up in the language here about is this agriculture, is this manufacturing? But at the end of the day, I don't mean to be flip, but you know, this is a living thing that we're growing. This is not something that we are manufacturing from other raw materials. And so, you know, it is what it is. It's growing a plant, period.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Board member, but I'm kind of in the same.
Go ahead.
I see it as an agricultural situation. You're growing a plant. Again, I'm inclined to agree. I don't see this as light manufacturing. I think somewhere in the zoning development code, there's even reference back to the language thing in agriculture that speaks to building and structures. I don't see that agriculture requires it to be outdoors. I think it's the growing of plants. That's just one board member. That's my take on it right now.
But by the way, during the break, I looked at the zoning for that place in Martin City. What's it called? I'm sorry. The big lawn and garden shop at 135th Street in Warnell. That's zoned R80. That use is permitted because that's agriculture. They have greenhouses that grow things inside. So the only difference in that use is that there's also retail sales allowed, which is a difference between R7.5 and R80. R80 allows it to be both a growing and a retail operation. The retail operation is not permitted in the R7.5, but the agriculture is still permitted. And again, how is one and this not?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have a question for Mr. Stone. How many licenses or what license do you carry at this point in order to grow? How many do you carry?
Randall, you have the license under the State Agricultural Department?
Yeah, the license will be obtained from the State Agricultural Department. It's just a matter of filling out a form and paying a fee.
You have to have that license to undertake the procedure.
Yes.
You can just go get that, or was that approved before by the state? You had to have so many of them. I thought they only put 200 in the state.
That was with
medical.
That was medicinal marijuana on that one, but on the growing of hemp, no. It's just more like a matter of registration.
But it's registered by the Agriculture Department.
Yeah.
I still come back to my tomato thing. And Mr. Clemens, you're going to have to help me out on this. So if they're growing tomatoes in there with lights and water and things like that, is that an approved use of that building?
So as staff made their determination, it was that I believe the critical part of it is that in the definition of crop agriculture, it says an area of land managed and maintained by an individual or group of individuals, which implies outdoor use.
Outdoors, right.
This is kind of an industrial building that, for reasons I gave in the site history section of my presentation, exists in a residential district. So in this circumstance, it's if the tomatoes were grown indoors and the principal use of the structure was the indoor cultivation. I think we would say it was limited manufacturing, especially if there was, you know, the operational characteristics of the business included, you know, trucks coming and delivering whatever products, the tomatoes are being produced inside of the building, correct?
So that's limited manufacturing in your eyes, Jared. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that
limited
was.
manufacturing is not permitted in the 7.5 without a special use permit. Is that also what I hear you saying, sir?
It is not allowed in that zoning district whatsoever. It's only allowed if it's rezoned. It's only allowed via special use permit in relation to your question earlier about what they could rezone it to, which would be B4 would be where you'd have to if you wanted a special use permit. But if you were going through an entitlement process, yeah, anyways, I'll leave it there.
So what staff is telling you is that the distinction here is it's because it's not grown in the ground and it's grown in a building. And I would say to you that doesn't make it manufacturing. Maybe by the language of the code, although I don't agree, maybe by the language of the code, it's not agriculture as defined in the 800 series, but you still have an entire section of the code that says, if you don't fit somewhere, then you go to the closest category. And even under that analysis, you've got NAICS codes that define this as agriculture, this very use. Hemp grown undercover is under the NAICS code is agriculture. And so suppose this were hydroponics. Let's say that this was a regular garden variety plant and they were grown by hydroponics and not by dirt. You'd be in the same place. Staff's view would be that's not agriculture. We all know that's agriculture. It's agriculture. The fact that it's not in the ground doesn't mean you're not growing a plant. And there's nothing being manufactured. Manufacturing requires taking raw materials and putting them together into a new product. That's not what's happening here.
And Doug or no, sorry, Mr. Stone and or Jared, so if there's agricultural, it would be permitted in this if it is agricultural, it would be permitted. Is that right, Mr. Clemens?
Yes, if the use determination was that it was agriculture, then it would only need to comply with the setback standards and such that Sarah alluded to earlier in section 312 of the zoning and development code.
Mr. Crawford, is it your intent once you grow this material, are you going to bottle it and can it and or where's it going after you grow it?
It will be sold to farmers that will use this plant, which is an ideal plant for them to grow out to maturity, just like you might sell seeds to someone.
Right. So you cultivate it to, let's call it 2 feet tall, and then
no,
it goes
maybe 3 to 6 inches tall.
Okay. And then it goes out the door, and you have trucks come in and move it out.
Yes.
Once every 2 weeks, it goes on a cycle. So they all grow at the same start date and they're all done at the same end date. And then the truck comes and distributes them.
Right.
There's no trucks every day or anything like that.
I have another question for Ms. Baxter.
Oh, Sarah, come back. There you go.
I'm here.
Is there any language that refers to buildings or structures in the definition of agriculture in either the 800 or the 300 section?
Yes, in the 300 section, there is language about buildings and structures for crop agriculture. It refers to garden and farm related buildings and structures.
See, I keep thinking of suburban lawn and garden at 135th, and they got a big greenhouse out there and they're growing stuff. I don't know if they're growing it year round, but I know they're growing it. But that's
with building and structures, that would make one think that it's not strictly outdoor.
Right. Like suburban is. It's a greenhouse.
Right.
So
that's an R8, gentlemen. That's an R8. It's not an R7.5. So.
Yep.
Well, but it's still the same definition.
We have two different things. We have the growing of plants. For my way of thinking, that fits the agriculture definition. And then from the zoning and development code standpoint, it can be an area of land or buildings and structures that fits under the agriculture definition. And I see that as where you are. So that's, that's my take on it.
Yeah. All right. Randy, you've been kind of silent. Ms. Mixdorf?
Well, I was already thinking similar things was already been said, but I guess just one general question is, what do the neighbors think about this? I know this was one parcel at one point. Who owns that house to the south, or how's that engagement process been?
I can respond to that, and my answer is I don't know, because I've gone out to every location provided to me by the city, knocked on doors, nobody answered doors, and I left my business card at a place where it could be readily found and wrote on the back asking them to give me a call about a zoning issue concerning this address, and not a single person called me back.
Okay, thank you.
But the house next door is still owned by the same owner. This is where it's an elderly woman who lives in the house and is, left over from when she and her husband ran that joint group with the group home next door and the like.
And Mr. Stone, is that the home that we saw on the right-hand side of the screen? Okay.
Yes.
From what I understand, I received a call and from somebody from the property to the south associated with Rediscover, which is a group home. And they had interest in the case. They obviously did not come today, but it is now, I believe, some sort of clean living facility. I also received a call from the property owner to the north, and they were not able to join because of technology. Apparently, they don't have access to Zoom or didn't want to call in. So.
Well, have we rehashed this enough? Do we have other questions and concerns?
I would just make one last comment, Mr. Chair, that you said a minute ago when you said, well, the other facility that's zoned R80. But really just keep in mind that it doesn't matter what it's zoned, it's only permitted there because it is agriculture. So the agriculture is permitted in R80 and it's permitted in R7.5. And so while that's a bigger operation, the distinction between 7.5 and R80 is the retail sales that are permitted in R80. But it's still agriculture. It has to be agriculture to be there in the first place.
Right.
And if there's any concerns about the trucks, it's not semi-trailer trucks, it's box trucks.
Yeah. And those are coming once a week, Mr. Crawford, or once every couple of weeks?
Probably every couple of weeks.
One time, not 2 or 3 box trucks, one box truck.
Right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Another question. The public will never be allowed in there, right?
Mr. Crawford?
That is correct.
So you won't be advertised, the location won't be advertised to anybody but host.
Right. We're not selling from there. We've got no reason to advertise where it's at all.
Yeah. So traffic will be very minimal.
Yes.
Okay. Most time we spend on a case in a long time.
That's because I'm here.
I know. So yeah, thanks, Doug. So if any, I think I heard the last comment from Mr. Stone. Mr. Crawford, do you have any closing comments? And then I'm going to ask the board what their pleasure is today.
Everything that Mr. Stone said, I heartily agree with that, and I firmly believe it is agriculture.
All right. Anybody else? Mr. Stiller, you're unmuted. Do you want to take it forward?
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion.
All right, sir.
In case number 96, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
I would move that the board overturn the decision of the Planning and Development Department.
All right. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Mixdorf. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And I heard 3 ayes. The chair thought about this for a long time and reluctantly agree, so I vote aye as well. So the motion is approved.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you guys.
Thank you all for your time. We really do
Sure.
appreciate that.
All right, our last case
luck,
is,
guys.
yeah, thank you, everybody. Our last, thank you, Sarah, for all your advice. Very, very much appreciated. And to you as well, Jared. Thank you. Very knowledgeable on the code. Thank you.
Yes, thank all of you.
Thank you. Okay, our last case. Docket number 19, case number 23. I think they want us to move this. Is that right, Mr. Clemens?
Yep, staff recommends continuance without fee for the
Okay.
lack of 5 members.
Yeah, they want a 5-member crew. So I guess you want to just move it to September and let it roll. Okay, so that's going to September. Do I have a motion to move this case with no fee to September 13th?
So be.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 The chair votes with the motion, and that's it. So we are adjourned till next month, which is probably October. Before we, Lance, take me off record, but I want to talk to the guys just for a second.
One moment, please.
Thanks.
We are off the record at 3:01 p.m.
Okay, so I've seen Quentin 3 times now. I've texted him once. Gorence, I know you've texted him. Randy, I know you've been sending the applications. I don't know what else we can do other than hang him upside down. And you guys remember, he was part of our committee. He sat on this board for at least a couple of years. So he knows what's going on. I mean, I saw him at Otto's thing. I said, Q, you got to help us out down here. We're dying. So, and when you stall the development code, that's just not good. So I tell you, I'm all over it. And I know other people are as well. So we'll just hope it goes. All right. Anybody else?
I just had a question. Did Anna have her baby?
Not yet, but she is on
Okay.
maternity leave. Yeah.
Okay.
She's due tomorrow, I think. So
Oh, well. Do we know
Yeah.
boy or girl? Jared, do you know?
don't know yet. It's a surprise.
So I know we talked about if there's potential for a special meeting in September, does it have to be on a Tuesday? Like, could we host a special meeting on the 15th or something like that, or the following week? I know you're going to be out of the country, but is there another day we could?
Well, I leave on that Friday, like the 22nd. I'm looking at the calendar right now.
Like, so could we do Tuesday the 20th or something?
No, the 23rd is a Friday. I leave that morning. So I'm free anytime before then. Maybe the 14th, 15th. I don't know. Jared, you're in charge, or Sarah, what's your thoughts?
Andy, are you available? Is the 13th your only day you're not available?
I'm out the 12th and the 13th.
What about you other guys? What about Stiller or Gorence? What's your status in September?
Pick a date. I'm good.
Say that again?
You said pick a date. Oh, who's
Anytime.
talking?
Tom
You could-
Gorth, we couldn't hear you there. Sorry, it didn't come through.
Tom, are you available all that month or?
I just need to know a day so I can mark it.
Okay. I don't know. What about the 15th? That's a Thursday. No, Mondays and Fridays are no good for nobody. And is that some type of special deal if we want to? I just hate to have these cases back up.
That was my concern. If there's a way to still find time to make it happen in September and notify everyone. I just didn't know how that worked with cities, city staff schedules and shifting things around. I know CPC hearings and things like that too. So.
And then the 20, 21, and 22 is good for me.
I think if 13th was going to be the day that we were going to have it, we could do it on the 15th, and that way we would avoid NPD, which is on the 14th that city staff has to present as well. And that way it'd be close enough to the 13th that we could just maintain our usual notification schedule and just be 2 days early, but make sure that all the notifications say the 15th. So I think that would work.
I lied. I can't do the 15th either. I looked at my calendar and I've got too many meetings that are spread throughout the day.
Thanks, Nick Storm.
Sorry.
This with the 15th.
We were home. We were there.
Oh, But so is okay, we can't do, you said Fridays are no good.
No, I mean, we can do a Friday, but I think that's.
I think as a whole for attendees, Fridays are not good though, especially with people starting school and summer travel and all that kind of stuff. I feel like it just might be difficult. Is there a way we could do the 20th? I am wide open that day. I have nothing on my calendar.
That's City
That's
Plan
CPC.
Commission.
We have CBC the first and third Tuesday of each month, so we can't.
Okay.
How about the 22nd?
I'm open all day on the 22nd.
So am I.
I bet you don't have to pack.
The way I pack, I do it at 10 o'clock at night.
He's perma-packed.
Yeah. Yeah, what about
He
that?
leaves his clothes everywhere.
Yeah, 22nd. What do you think? Sarah, how everyone else? What about that?
Good.
I can try. I might need to, Thursdays are a little hectic in the law department because council meets on Thursdays. So sometimes we get pulled, into drafting ordinances and things like that. But I can find coverage if that happens. So we can make it work.
Well, Quentin's gonna have to take a back seat on this one for reasons.
Yeah. All right, do I hear consensus?
Yeah, that 22nd works. I just put a placeholder on my calendar for the full day.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sounds great, guys. Okay,
I'm putting a
22nd.
placeholder in my
Jared,
calendar.
if there's an issue on your side, let us know.
What do you call them, Stiller? I call them placeholders, so I don't know.
I put an appointment, a reminder in my calendar.
Appointments sounds so fancy.
Placeholder. Placeholders, you put it at a
Dinosaur.
dinner plate. You know, that's a placeholder.
Every week I gotta have a new term.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so 22nd, 9 a.m.
We'll plan for 22nd and we'll reach out to you all if anything comes up in the way of that.
Wonderful.
Cool.
All right.
Good.
Thank you. Thanks,
Thank you
everybody.
all.
Bye-bye. See ya.
I've had my fill for today. I'm done.
I'm out.
See ya.
Bye, guys.
All right.
Yeah, bye.